Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
Why me? After Gust's fabulous sarcasm at LV Max negotiations, we were accepted into the Sahuagin Army's headquarters. It was an impressive sight, all right. The city was literally carved out of the dungeon's bedrock, but it was far from what you could call caves. With some modern luxuries like electricity, they could have been sold as high-fancy apartments. Not that I was in the mood to enjoy the view. Because of the unnecessary meddling of Gust, I was forced to participate in the triumphant return of the Sahuagins and their leader, Vert. Why must someone as socially challenged as me have to join a parade? And as the guest of honor on top of the big boss head. Please, anyone, give me a hole to hide in. Only the hood doesn't work. As for the idiot that made this mess, he's wrapped up in threads and treated as luggage packed on the zombie raptor. Good luck surviving that stench. The inhabitants of the city were surprised to see the reinforcement group coming back with a demon that covers their face with a hood, and is accompanied by undeads, but one word from Big Boss Vert was enough for them to accept it. Oi! Be more on guard, people. It was the raptor monsters equipped with bristles that bought the explanation first, then the Sahuagins after the 6 guys I healed came with their comments. Even so, aren't you guys a little too trusting? After the parade, I was taken to an old Sahuagin that lived in one of the bigger houses. And I mean old when I say old. He's got this stupid long beard, and was holding a cane. It wouldn't be too strange if he suddenly fell over due to old age. Name, Bafum. Race, Sahuagin elder gender, male. Level, 28. Karma value, 129. HP, 75/75 MP, 105/105 SP, 8890 seconds. STR, 65 Vit, 45 Mag, 66. Res, 44 SPD, 42 Dex, 89. Int, 125 Luke, 111. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV.32. Crafting skills. Mixing LV, max. Active skills. Current control LV.14. Passive skills. Spearsmanship LV.34, enhanced medicine LV.44, swimming LV, max. Resistance skills. Water resistance LV.14, poison resistance LV.47. Perception skills. Detect poison LV.26. Leadership skills. Leadership LV.19. Elements. Lesser water element LV.41. Monster skills. Sahuagin scales LV.27, Sahuagin elder's knowledge. Sahuagin elder. That's a new one. From the looks of things, I would say he used to be a warrior, but then changed to medicines. No pharmacist's class though. Ooh, so you are the one the younglings were talking about. Bafum. Garami. I gave Gust, which had been transported with us, a bump to signalize it was his turn. Oh yes, this is Miss Garami, an adventurer in name. We are currently on a hunt for a specific monster on this floor, so we were wondering if we could join forces with you guys. It seems like our target and your faction has a bad relationship with each other. Gust. Is it the quest the Divine Voice told of? Bafum. Divine Voice. Ah, I see. It must be what these guys call the system messages. It's not too far to call it that. Yes, that one. And our target is Gust. Did I forget to mention the boss I wanted to crush? Guess I did. My bad. Queen Aquarect. Garami. Yes, that's the one. The Glavra's Queen Aquarect. As long as we are the ones to gain the reward for defeating that monster, then we will help you with the remaining two. Our miss here has already incapacitated the glabrous snake monster that led the surprise attack force right before, so there dash gust. You defeated the serpent of magic. Baffum. That's some reaction. Even his beard bristled out in every direction due to the shock. All the other monsters looked at me in shock and awe. Should I tell them that I only negotiated with him? Probably not. I know how to read a mood. Well, he will no longer be a threat to us, Gust. Oh, thank you, or savior. We had almost lost all hope when that wretched snake joined up with the three monsters of the dungeon. It may have been only a few times, but its nightly ambushes had driven us to the point of exhaustion. Baffum. Turns out that the power balance between the Sahuagin faction and the Glavrous faction was shattered by the seldom sneak attacks by the boss snake due to its ability to operate in the dark that the other three boss monsters lacked. The Sahuagins that were exhausted by the warfare during the day had little to nothing to fight against the boss snake during the night, so the plantation of medicinal herbs and other facilities were lost due to the boss snake's attacks. The more I listened to the old Sawajins talk, the more I'm certain that it was the right choice to have the boss snake retreat without a fight. Unlike the other bosses, the snake actually used its brains to fight rather than talking with its muscles. For the Sahuagins with less than average intelligence, he was the worst enemy for them to face. Not gonna tell them that it was me who released the snake onto this floor though. Nope. Never. Again, we are thankful for your aid, the one called Garami. But most of our warriors have fallen due to the lack of medicines. Baffum. Elder. This person can help us with that. Sahuagin. Who's that? Ah, right. Those guys again, the ones I saved. Wait, let me guess. This person is capable of healing people with her magic. She is the owner of the legendary healing magic. Sahuagin. Why are these guys so gung-ho on recovery-type magic? Can't you get at least one of those spells with an element magic skill? I asked Gust on the private telepathy channel, and it seems like Sahuagins are a tribal race of demi-humans, so information regarding certain skills or classes that's common knowledge to the other humanoids may not be known to them. Even more so when they've been stuck in a dungeon for who knows how long. It may have been generations since they met an outsider other than us. Want to recover the wounded? Garami. Can you? Please do so. But the reward, Baffum. Just continue to fight the dungeon. That's good enough. And a place to sleep, Garami. That shall be done. By all means, take residence here in the Elder's mansion. We will gather all the wounded by tomorrow morning. Baffum. Ugh, I wanted a more calming place to crash, not the biggest home in town, but whatever. They better have some good beds here. And yeah, the beds turned out to be trash. I made a hammock in my room, but the fact that I could produce threads made the Sahuagins change from admire me to straight out worship me. How frugal are their lives anyway? It's only the Dino's help that has allowed them to reach this far. I won't accept any other explanation. Anyway, after a breakfast made mostly of half-burned monster meat, these guys need to work on some cooking skill. I was taken to a large hall where all the wounded had gathered. Halfway in the heal train, I got a new title again. System message. Acquired title, Rescuer. Acquired skill, Healing Magic LV.1. Acquired skill, Glow Bullet LV.1. Dark Heal spell has been added to Darkness Magic LV.9, and a Healing Magic LV.1. Not surprising, but the new magic skill came in handy. Healing Magic contains every type of healing spell, no matter the attribute. That Dark Heal was automatically unlocked with it was a bonus I didn't expect, but I'm not complaining either. Why me? After Gust's fabulous sarcasm at LV Max negotiations, we were accepted into the Sahuagin Army's headquarters. It was an impressive sight, all right. The city was literally carved out of the dungeon's bedrock, but it was far from what you could call caves. With some modern luxuries like electricity, they could have been sold as high-fancy apartments. Not that I was in the mood to enjoy the view. Because of the unnecessary meddling of Gust, I was forced to participate in the triumphant return of the Sahuagins and their leader, Vert. Why must someone as socially challenged as me have to join a parade? And as the guest of honor on top of the big boss head. Please, anyone, give me a hole to hide in. Only the hood doesn't work. As for the idiot that made this mess, he's wrapped up in threads and treated as luggage packed on the zombie raptor. Good luck surviving that stench. The inhabitants of the city were surprised to see the reinforcement group coming back with a demon that covers their face with a hood, and is accompanied by undeads, but one word from Big Boss Vert was enough for them to accept it. Oi! Be more on guard, people. It was the raptor monsters equipped with bristles that bought the explanation first, then the Sahuagins after the 6 guys I healed came with their comments. Even so, aren't you guys a little too trusting? After the parade, I was taken to an old Sahuagin that lived in one of the bigger houses. And I mean old when I say old. He's got this stupid long beard, and was holding a cane. It wouldn't be too strange if he suddenly fell over due to old age. Name, Bafum. Race, Sahuagin elder gender, male. Level, 28. Karma value, 129. HP, 75/75 MP, 105/105 SP, 8890 seconds. STR, 65 VIT, 45 MAG, 66. Res, 44 SPD, 42 Dex, 89. Int, 125 Luke, 111. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV.32. Crafting skills. Mixing LV, max. Active skills. Current control LV.14. Passive skills. Spearsmanship LV.34, enhanced medicine LV.44, swimming LV, max. Resistance skills. Water resistance LV.14, poison resistance LV.47. Perception skills. Detect poison LV.26. Leadership skills. Leadership LV.19. Elements. Lesser water element LV.41. Monster skills. Sahuagin scales LV.27, Sahuagin elder's knowledge. Sahuagin elder. That's a new one. From the looks of things, I would say he used to be a warrior, but then changed to medicines. No pharmacist's class though. Ooh, so you are the one the younglings were talking about. Bafum. Garami. I gave Gust, which had been transported with us, a bump to signalize it was his turn. Oh yes, this is Miss Garami, an adventurer in name. We are currently on a hunt for a specific monster on this floor, so we were wondering if we could join forces with you guys. It seems like our target and your faction has a bad relationship with each other. Gust. Is it the quest the Divine Voice told of? Bafum. Divine Voice. Ah, I see. It must be what these guys call the system messages. It's not too far to call it that. Yes, that one. And our target is Gust. Did I forget to mention the boss I wanted to crush? Guess I did. My bad. Queen Aquarect. Garami. Yes, that's the one. The Glavra's Queen Aquarect. As long as we are the ones to gain the reward for defeating that monster, then we will help you with the remaining 2. Our miss here has already incapacitated the Glavra's snake monster that led the surprise attack force right before, so their dash, Gust. You defeated the Serpent of Magic. Bafum. That's some reaction. Even his beard bristled out in every direction due to the shock. All the other monsters looked at me in shock and awe. Should I tell them that I only negotiated with him? Probably not. I know how to read a mood. Well, he will no longer be a threat to us, Gust. Oh, thank you, or savior. We had almost lost all hope when that wretched snake joined up with the three monsters of the dungeon. It may have been only a few times, but its nightly ambushes had driven us to the point of exhaustion. Baphomet. Turns out that the power balance between the Sahuagin faction and the Glavras faction was shattered by the seldom sneak attacks by the boss snake due to its ability to operate in the dark that the other three boss monsters lacked. The Sahuagins that were exhausted by the warfare during the day had little to nothing to fight against the boss snake during the night, so the plantation of medicinal herbs and other facilities were lost due to the boss snake's attacks. The more I listened to the old Sawajins talk, the more I'm certain that it was the right choice to have the boss snake retreat without a fight. Unlike the other bosses, the snake actually used its brains to fight rather than talking with its muscles. For the Sahuagins with less than average intelligence, he was the worst enemy for them to face. Not gonna tell them that it was me who released the snake onto this floor though. Nope. Never. Again, we are thankful for your aid, the one called Garami. But most of our warriors have fallen due to the lack of medicines. Baphomet. Elder. This person can help us with that. Sahuagin. Who's that? Ah, right. Those guys again, the ones I saved. Wait, let me guess. This person is capable of healing people with her magic. She is the owner of the legendary healing magic. Sahuagin. Why are these guys so gung-ho on recovery-type magic? Can't you get at least one of those spells with an element magic skill? I asked Gust on the private telepathy channel, and it seems like Sahuagins are a tribal race of demi-humans, so information regarding certain skills or classes that's common knowledge to the other humanoids may not be known to them. Even more so when they've been stuck in a dungeon for who knows how long. It may have been generations since they met an outsider other than us. Want to recover the wounded? Garami. Can you please do so? But the reward, Baphomet. Just continue to fight the dungeon. That's good enough. And a place to sleep, Garami. That shall be done. By all means, take residence here in the Elder's mansion. We will gather all the wounded by tomorrow morning. Baphomet. Ugh, I wanted a more calming place to crash, not the biggest home in town, but whatever. They better have some good beds here. And yeah, the beds turned out to be trash. I made a hammock in my room, but the fact that I could produce threads made the Sahuagins change from admire me to straight out worship me. How frugal are their lives anyway? It's only the Dino's help that has allowed them to reach this far. I won't accept any other explanation. Anyway, after a breakfast made mostly of half-burned monster meat, these guys need to work on some cooking skill. I was taken to a large hall where all the wounded had gathered. Halfway in the heal train, I got a new title again. System message. Acquired title, Rescuer. Acquired skill, Healing Magic LV.1. Acquired skill, Glow Bullet LV.1. Dark Heal spell has been added to Darkness Magic LV.9, and a Healing Magic LV.1. Not surprising, but the new magic skill came in handy. Healing Magic contains every type of healing spell, no matter the attribute. That Dark Heal was automatically unlocked with it was a bonus I didn't expect, but I'm not complaining either. Name, Moles. Race, Stella Mole. Gender, male. Level, 5. Karma value, 87. Main class, Farmer LV.2. Skills, 10. HP, 45 45ths MP, 23 23rds SP, 60 60ths. STR, 25 VIT, 51 MAG, 11. Res, 20 SPD, 15 Dex, 61. Int, 88 Luke, 111. Skill list. Attack skills. Claw Arts LV.1. Crafting skills. Cultivation LV.4 new. Create Soil LV.18 new. Passive skills. Hiding LV.2 new. Covert Movement LV.2 new. Digging LV.33 up 4. Herbology LV.4 new. Perception skills. Enhanced hearing LV.11 up 2, detect vermins LV.1 new. Elements. Earth element LV.5 up 4. This is one guy that doesn't like fighting. But why the two hiding skills? Because you want the same stealth skill as me. Ah, you sweetheart. But that's not important. The battlefield's weird. And not because Vert and the others are losing. Quite the contrary, they're kicking butt. In one corner is Vert dashing around, as if his big body was made of feathers, slicing and dicing any unfortunate monster in his path. Facing him is the Hydra/Tortoise boss, the Glavras Hydraeortoise. It must be using a combo of Water Blast plus Torrent to create blasts of water it spews from its many heads. It's like watching a water attribute dragon's breath attack. But Vert ran around the pseudo-breaths and cut off one of the tortoise's many necks. Only for a new head to grow where the missing one was in less than 10 seconds. What's up with that regenerating ability? As expected of something with Hydra in its name. A little distance away from there again, is sending tons of Glavras monsters flying by slamming his hammer-like tail into the ground, creating a local mini-earthquake. The only one still standing is the Glavras rexus, the C-rank evolution of the raptor species, which is also the evolution scent and the other two would have taken normally. The Glavras rexus is nothing short of a marine-colored T-Rex, with a bite that even scent seems to want to avoid. And for some reason, his mouth explodes. No kiddin'. Turns out that's the T-Rex's countermeasure against the Sahuagins, by taking explosion attribute skills and develop them into a fiery breath. Maybe something like explosion fong, and some defensive skills for his mouth and jaw. Riri is leading the Sahuagins that's newly obtained the Rider class, as opposed to those wishing for the Spearsman class. Their speed makes it difficult to focus on them, as they strike the Glavras monsters. However, no matter how strange all the above-mentioned facts are, there's one more. Mole mole. Moles. MHM. No Spider Queen, but tons of weaklings. Garami. A good 90% of the mobs that support the Hydra and the T-Rex is Glavras Aquarex and General Aquarex, but the all-important queen's nowhere to be seen. And an equally important question is where they've hidden all these generals. Around 40% of their forces consist of them. Moles. I agree. The spider's suspicious. Garami. It's planned for me to spy on the Glavras faction's base of operation after healing the war team when they returned. The medics still don't have any decent medicines yet, and the Elder is busy with a certain something along with Gust, meaning it's a healing magic's time in the spotlight. The war's gonna keep the stalemate situation, so I'll wait for the others while practicing some necromancy. I've obtained most of the corpses that weren't too damaged to become undeads, but I've never had the time due to all the teaching and collapsing in bed from the stress afterward. Oh yeah, speaking of undeads, it seems they can't give EXP. They're more like magic in the form of corpses than real undeads, so there's no EXP to gain. I had Gust and the moles defeat the skeleton frog and zombie raptor, but no result, even after sacrificing an additional skeleton raptor to Gust's growth. He barely managed to crush the thing by pushing a big rock on it. Long live the small fry's secret method of power leveling. Due to the experiments, I only have a single skeleton raptor left, so I'm in dire need to restock my personal army. I'll start with a tortoise corpse. Please give me a real meat wall zombie to hide behind. Splat. Yeah, didn't think so. Then over to a Glavras snake then. Splat. Aw, come on. Then a raptor. Splat. What's this, a comedy routine? If I keep this going, then the tortoise I've planned next will also fail, therefore. Splat. Taking a surprise twist by using a snake already didn't work either. Arg, now I don't give a damn. Next. Glow. Oh. Jackpot. Finally. But a skeleton tortoise may not be so bad. It's retained its shell, so it can be used as a shield probably. System message. Class, Spectromancer has reached LV.10. Acquired skill, Necromantic Rite LV.1. And here's another jackpot. I'm getting closer and closer to Necromancer. I'll check it out after seeing what this guy can do. Name, nameless. Race, skeleton big tortoise. Gender, none. Level, 1. Karma value, 0. Condition, controlled. Skills, 5. HP, 150/150 MP, 30/30 SP, 120/120. STR, 55 VIT, 75 MAG, 5. Res, 80 SPD, 35 Dex, 29. Int, 90 Luke, 98. Skill list. Attack skills. Guard LV.1. Active skills. Cover move LV.1. Elements. Lesser undead element LV.1. Monster skills. Bone shell LV.1, bone reinforcement LV.1. System message. Skill, identification, has reached LV.40. Title identification, has been added to identification LV.40. Oh. Titles have appeared. Then without further ado, let's identify. You, why me? After Gust's fabulous sarcasm at LV, Max, negotiations, we were accepted into the Sahuagin army's headquarters. It was an impressive sight, all right. The city was literally carved out of the dungeon's bedrock, but it was far from what you could call caves. With some modern luxuries like electricity, they could have been sold as high-fancy apartments. Not that I was in the mood to enjoy the view. Because of the unnecessary meddling of Gust, I was forced to participate in the triumphant return of the Sahuagins and their leader, Vert. Why must someone as socially challenged as me have to join a parade? And as the guest of honor on top of the big boss head. Please, anyone, give me a hole to hide in. Only the hood doesn't work. As for the idiot that made this mess, he's wrapped up in threads and treated as luggage packed on the zombie raptor. Good luck surviving that stench. The inhabitants of the city were surprised to see the reinforcement group coming back with a demon that covers their face with a hood, and is accompanied by undeads, but one word from Big Boss Vert was enough for them to accept it. Oi! Be more on guard, people. It was the raptor monsters equipped with bristles that bought the explanation first, then the Sahuagins after the 6 guys I healed came with their comments. Even so, aren't you guys a little too trusting? After the parade, I was taken to an old Sahuagin that lived in one of the bigger houses. And I mean old when I say old. He's got this stupid long beard, and was holding a cane. It wouldn't be too strange if he suddenly fell over due to old age. Name, Batham. Race, Sahuagin. Elder. Gender, male. Level, 28. Karma value, 129. HP, 75/75 MP, 105/105 SP, 88/90 seconds. STR, 65 VIT, 45 MAG, 66. Res, 44 SPD, 42 Dex, 89. Int, 125 Luke, 111. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV.32. Crafting skills. Mixing LV, max. Active skills. Current control LV.14. Passive skills. Spearsmanship LV.34, enhanced medicine LV.44, swimming LV, max. Resistance skills. Water resistance LV.14, poison resistance LV.47. Perception skills. Detect poison LV.26. Leadership skills. Leadership LV.19. Elements. Lesser water element LV.41. Monster skills. Sahuagin scales LV.27, Sahuagin elders knowledge. Sahuagin elder. That's a new one. From the looks of things, I would say he used to be a warrior, but then changed to medicines. No pharmacist's class though. Ooh, so you are the one the younglings were talking about. Bafum. Garami. I gave Gust, which had been transported with us, a bump to signalize it was his turn. Oh yes, this is Miss Garami, an adventurer in name. We are currently on a hunt for a specific monster on this floor, so we were wondering if we could join forces with you guys. It seems like our target and your faction has a bad relationship with each other. Gust. Is it the quest the Divine Voice told of? Bafum. Divine Voice. Ah, I see. It must be what these guys call the system messages. It's not too far to call it that. Yes, that one. And our target is Gust. Did I forget to mention the boss I wanted to crush? Guess I did. My bad. Queen Aquarect. Garami. Yes, that's the one. The Glavra's Queen Aquarect. As long as we are the ones to gain the reward for defeating that monster, then we will help you with the remaining two. Our miss here has already incapacitated the Glavra's snake monster that led the surprise attack force right before, so their Gust. You defeated the Serpent of Magic. Bafum. That's some reaction. Even his beard bristled out in every direction due to the shock. All the other monsters looked at me in shock and awe. Should I tell them that I only negotiated with him? Probably not. I know how to read a mood. Well, he will no longer be a threat to us, Gust. Oh, thank you, or savior. We had almost lost all hope when that wretched snake joined up with the three monsters of the dungeon. It may have been only a few times, but its nightly ambushes had driven us to the point of exhaustion. Bafum. Turns out that the power balance between the Sahuagin faction and the Glavra's faction was shattered by the seldom sneak attacks by the boss snake due to its ability to operate in the dark that the other three boss monsters lacked. The Sahuagins that were exhausted by the warfare during the day had little to nothing to fight against the boss snake during the night, so the plantation of medicinal herbs and other facilities were lost due to the boss snake's attacks. The more I listened to the old Sawajins talk, the more I'm certain that it was the right choice to have the boss snake retreat without a fight. Unlike the other bosses, the snake actually used its brains to fight rather than talking with its muscles. For the Sahuagins with less than average intelligence, he was the worst enemy for them to face. Not gonna tell them that it was me who released the snake onto this floor though. Nope. Never. Again, we are thankful for your aid, the one called Garami. But most of our warriors have fallen due to the lack of medicines. Bafum. Elder. This person can help us with that. Sahuagin. Who's that? Ah, right. Those guys again, the ones I saved. Wait, let me guess. This person is capable of healing people with her magic. She is the owner of the legendary healing magic. Sahuagin. Why are these guys so gung-ho on recovery-type magic? Can't you get at least one of those spells with an element magic skill? I asked Gust on the private telepathy channel, and it seems like Sahuagins are a tribal race of demi-humans, so information regarding certain skills or classes that's common knowledge to the other humanoids may not be known to them. Even more so when they've been stuck in a dungeon for who knows how long. It may have been generations since they met an outsider other than us. Want to recover the wounded? Garami. Can you? Please do so. But the reward, Bafum. Just continue to fight the dungeon. That's good enough. And a place to sleep, Garami. That shall be done. By all means, take residence here in the Elder's Mansion. We will gather all the wounded by tomorrow morning. Bafum. Ugh, I wanted a more calming place to crash, not the biggest home in town, but whatever. They better have some good beds here. And yeah, the beds turned out to be trash. I made a hammock in my room, but the fact that I could produce threads made the Sahuagins change from admire me to straight out worship me. How frugal are their lives anyway? It's only the Dino's help that has allowed them to reach this far. I won't accept any other explanation. Anyway, after a breakfast made mostly of half-burned monster meat, these guys need to work on some cooking skill. I was taken to a large hall where all the wounded had gathered. Halfway in the heal train, I got a new title again. System message. Acquired title, Rescuer. Acquired skill, Healing Magic LV.1. Acquired skill, Glow Bullet LV.1. Dark Heal spell has been added to Darkness Magic LV.9, and a Healing Magic LV.1. Not surprising, but the new magic skill came in handy. Healing Magic contains every type of healing spell, no matter the attribute. That Dark Heal was automatically unlocked with it was a bonus I didn't expect, but I'm not complaining either. I ran over the rocky hills that made up the outer border of the floor, aiming for the Glavers faction's HQ. It's been 2 days after the first battle against the Glavers faction after I joined the Sahuagin team, and I'm aiming to reach their lair today. I've used these last nights in charting the area, which turned out to be a pain since I couldn't be allowed to be seen by the Glavers monsters without the whole plan going to hell. Not that there's a plan yet, due to a lack of information. Ah, a rat. I climbed up the rocks and hid in the dark of the night. I then threw a pebble down the path. The rat came looking for the noise and boom. One piercing thread right in the back of its neck. System message. Acquired title, Mysterious Killer. Acquired skill, Surprise Attack LV.1. Acquired skill, Stealth LV.1. Skill, Ambush LV.13, has been integrated into skill, Surprise Attack LV.1. Skill, Stealth LV.1, has been integrated into skill, Stealth LV.29. And I got a title for it as well. I identified the title, and it seems the lesser versions of the rewards are needed to clear the conditions to obtain the title, so the reward is a straight-out upgrade. But assassinate without being discovered. As in killing them before they notice they're being attacked. No wonder I didn't get it before now. All my attacks were a step away from being insta-kills. Wonder if there's a trapper title out there. No matter, time to clean up. I jumped down to the path again and activated Necromantic Rite. A dark magic circle, more complex than the one for Create Undead, appeared and dragged the rat corpse into itself with many hands made of darkness. Necromantic Rite, have acquired plans for the following undeads. Lesser Skeleton Rat, Lesser Zombie Rat. Necromantic Rite acquired 1 material. And there came the report. Necromantic Rite does not make use of the corpses directly like Create Undead does. Instead, it takes in many different corpses, generating blueprints for both skeletons and zombies. Ah, there's blood remains. Clean, the clean spell from a magic ability. No evidence left. Back to the right. After obtaining the blueprints, I can then use a Necromantic Rite alongside Create Undead to make the undead of my choice. And there's no fault for failing. No more splat for me. In other words, I've now got the Necromantic Rite that allows me to make blueprints for undeads, that create undead to form them from the materials also stored in Necromantic Rite, and finally, control undead to make them do my bidding. The unholy trinity of necromancy. The beginner level, anyway. The downside is the costs. A single undead requires racial rank *10, size, of the materials stored in Necromantic Rite, with G ranks being 1, and it keeps on increasing from there. Size refers to mini, 0.5, tiny, 1, small, 2, medium, 5, big, 7, and huge, 10. Mini is the size of an ordinary rat, tiny is the same as a cat, small is around a normal human, medium is to even 3 meters, big is up to 10, and huge takes over from there again. Obtaining materials is a pain though. I mean, I would need to collect 10 rats to create a single undead one. And to make things worse, even the tortoise, the biggest E-rank Glavers monster, only gives 1 material when converted. You gotta be. On the other hand, the undeads created only with Create Undead have their weaknesses. Sure, you can obtain one through a single corpse, even if it's a gamble for the higher-ranked creatures, but the created undead is a fake. The skeleton version of the rat isn't bone rat but lesser skeleton rat. The names of these fake undeads are something my subconsciousness came up with. And since they're fakes, they cannot obtain levels, nor gain proficiency with their skills. But the undeads made through a necromantic rite can do so. And more even. I can add more body parts to them, for a price, add classes, for a price, and customize their skills, not for a price. Can you believe that? Not that all undeads can get a class though. Even some of my skills can be slapped onto the undead, but only when Right's skill level reaches 25. When I reach the point of being a novice necromancer, I can even copy my skill's current skill level. These custom undeads can be stored as templates, and I have access to one template for every 10 of Spectromancer's class levels. If I reach Necromancer, it's 5 plus 1 for every class level, plus what I had as a Spectromancer. And you can suck up items with Right as well when it reaches a certain level, allowing you to dress up certain undeads with equipment the moment you call them. There will be an additional item capacity I need to look after, but no biggie. The total amount of materials I can store at once with a necromantic rite is the same as the skills level times 10. Then it gets multiplied by 100 *, evil royalty's skill level gets added. So yeah, I can store up to 3 times 10 times 100 is equal to 3.000 materials. Woo-woo. And I'll regain all the materials used if I retrieve the undeads I make. Score. You gotta think green these days. As a final note, the EXP the undeads earn will be saved, allowing you to add that EXP to a new undead after you dismiss the first one. Or I can convert it to my EXP. But only 0.01%. The amount gets better when you obtain Necromancer, but not much. Geez. With that out of the way, I made some lesser skeleton rats with the 50 materials I had on hand. 5 rats, adding some search skills. What do you mean I can't add a magic sight? Too low level with Right. Fine, then we'll take a stealth, no good. Oh, but I can give a hiding and/or covert movement instead. Then let's give both. Now, run rats, run. Find me the Demon King's castle. Just kiddin'. Oh my, they found the castle. A huge, castle-like structure stood before me. It looks like it's grown up from the ground, but the real reason is that they must have carved it out from the bedrock like with the Sahuagin city. Or is calling it a tower a better way to say it? Yes, let's go with tower. Using the rats as scouts turned out to be a good idea. I gave them the order of locating any large numbers of Glavra's monsters, then lead me to them. Cut the search time by quite the amount. I looked down from above on the rocky cliffs and yup. That's a lot of Glav races. Spider here, spider there, another spider. Aren't there too many spiders on patrol? Where are the raptors? Tortoises? Not even some snakes. I finally found some variety from the spiders in the form of the Hydra tortoise and the T-Rex. They had some subordinates around them, but not many, and why aren't the bosses inside the last boss tower? Why are they camping right in front of it? Or are they guarding it? Seems like this place has a secret more important than 2 floor bosses. Time to go sneaky, sneaky. But how to infiltrate? The tower's positioned so it's enclosed by the dungeon walls, leaving only one path to it from the outside, which is guarded by the boss monsters. Unfortunately for me, there's quite a distance between the walls and the castle. Way too far for someone to jump across normally. The closest distance should be around 20 meters. Wait, isn't that too short? Even without sky jump, I could reach that with some threads. People probably don't invest in jumping skills normally. Not with stuff like magic available. Even so, not thinking that someone with a crossbow and some rope would come by is like asking for someone to break in. Is that the reason? Is this a trap? Nah, I'm overthinking things. I dismissed the rats, walked some steps away, then ran towards the edge. When I jumped, I felt the now familiar repulsive force from sky jump, and leaped into the air. The force of the skill had sent me halfway across the gap. I timed it and activated sky jump again, allowing me to reach the opening. And she sticks the landing. All the stealth skills should have kept my entrance a secret for the guards below at least. Those spiders have weak night vision, and then there's the problem with their non-existing necks to see upward. But what about the inside? I looked around and found nothing. Seriously nothing. Not even the floor. The inside of the tower was empty. Faint marks revealed that there had been rooms and stairs before, but they had all been destroyed, leaving a hollow tower behind. The single room was around the same as a baseball stadium in width, but the height was around 40 meters. I'm just below the top floor, on the remains of one of the rooms that had been there. I looked down from my ledge and saw many remains of the other floors had created fragile bridges across the space. And down below on the ground floor was something that I didn't want to see. The temple was clad in the darkness of the night, so it was easy to climb down undetected. I've not used the climbing skill lately, but it seems like I still got it. And yeah, this here's something you don't want to see. A spider bigger than a truck. And I'm talking about those big-ass haul trucks they use for high-production mining. Even if it's only the abdomen part. The rest of the spider is of the same size as the general spiders, but only the abdomen has grotesquely out of proportions. It makes me think of queen ants. The front of the spider is covered in a tar-colored exoskeleton, but the abdomen lacked that, revealing a large slab of pulsating, red meat. Ugh, disgusting. The only reason I can stomach it is due to my training, with necromancy, and having eaten raw monster flesh all my life. Name, nameless floor boss. Race, Glaver's Queen Aquarect. Gender, female. Level, 59. Skills, 12. Skill points, 62.5. HP, 159/1, 159 MP, 366/466 SP, 815/1, 030. STR, 105 VIT, 426 MAG, 555. Res, 301 SPD, 65 Dex, 79. Int, 100 Luke, 104. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase LV.21, HP greater recovery LV.15, mana increase LV.16. Reduced mana consumption LV.44, MP auto recovery LV.35, stamina increase LV.24. Reduced stamina consumption LV.46. Attack skills. Water blast LV, max. Elements. Greater water element LV.2. Monster skills. Kin sovereignty LV.47. Extra skills. Parthenogenesis LV.5, EXP robber, kin, LV.4. This is a bad one. And ignore that it has only 12 skills here, cause this is an example of quality winning over quantity. I mean, it has 2 stats over 1000. And they're both life stats. Not to mention the evolved, HP greater recovery, skill. Why did an HP tank suddenly pop up from an army of water-blasting stormtroopers? Then it's those skill points. How did it get that many? Did the dungeon give it a skill point allowance or something? It can buy any skills it wants to counteract any threats while waiting for reinforcement. And those life stat skills make it even worse to kill. And that's not the worst. It has extra skills. Extra skills are skills that are not categorized with other skills, either due to their overwhelming powers or due to their strangeness. These skills have only 10 skill levels, but even a single LV.1 extra skill could topple several max skills in terms of performance. This does not extend to all extra skills, as some are stronger than others. The risks that come with these skills make some of them pretty much unusable, or they are activated on their own without the user's input. Won't that make them any better than curses then? But to my disdain, the Queen's skills are of the good and easy to use type. Parthenogenesis is a freak of a skill that lets you mass-produce tons of weaker variants of yourself with barely any costs. You can even temper with their racial levels and stats. But these are like the undeads I can create when using Create Undead directly on corpses. They're fakes, better described as magic in the shape of monsters. But these magic spells have all the functions of the real deal, so it has a status and everything else. The only thing different is that the EXP they give is too minuscule to be worth anything. I mean, they're spells, not monsters, no matter how well made they are. Add that with the kin sovereignty skill, which is a flat upgrade of the kin domination to the Roach Queen, and you get an army that never goes empty of soldiers. Then comes the EXP Robber kin skill. It's a derivative of the EXP Robber skill that Gus mentioned to me when he taught me about extra skills. When a creature dies, the killer gains the ether of the creature in the form of what's called EXP by the world system, according to the amount of damage they inflicted on the killed party. But one cannot obtain more EXP than a certain value, as the remaining ether returns to the world. There are exceptions though, such as dread spirits. The EXP Robber skill, on the other hand, can steal more of the ether that should be returned to the world, making it an EXP boosting skill. It could even rob the EXP from prey that others had killed as well, allowing the owner of the skill to simply lay back while others do their dirty work. Skills such as Tame that grants EXP to other parties simply divide the EXP obtained rather than snitching the excessive ether. The kin derivate skill is kinda different. It takes the EXP from the killer of the kin and gives it all to the skill user. Meaning, no matter how many spiders vert and the rest kill, it all goes to the mama spider instead. The skill even converts the body of the spiders into EXP, so the queen gets an extra treat. Makes you feel like this variant is more specialized than the original, rather than being a weaker version. Kinda makes you wonder why they didn't do a spider stampede in the beginning. Were the skills too low-level to do that then? In that case, I need to throw this queen off her throne, fast. These things have almost reached the halfway line to being maxed out. But how am I supposed to deal with that walking mass of HP? Even if I figured something out, that thing could just throw a resistance skill to counteract my plan and jack up the skill with the remaining points. Then it just needs to push on with mass-produced spiders, and if I take too long, the other two bosses could come in those massive front doors and join the scramble. So yeah, I can only beat the queen when the other two are on the battlefield. A large number of spiders should leave with them, but the queen can just generate more if needed. Not that I have to fear the soldiers, but the generals could be nasty, but not impossible to beat. They're newborns after all. Experience can triumph over stats sometimes. But the queen herself is impossible. I've saved all my skill points since I started with my necromancy training, save for 1 point for the gloom bullet skill and 3 for a light reinforcement, but I can't imagine any skill I can obtain with the points I have that can take down that thing. At least, not at LV.1. Even if I boosted its skill level, I don't think a single skill would have that power. Not one that you can obtain without any special means. And I can't bring with me any reinforcements through the way I came in with. Some Sahuagins, maybe, but they would be useless if they enter from the top of the tower. Too big of a group would be spotted before we came close enough. Let's return to Gust and the rest. This isn't something I can figure out on my own. Not while I'm hiding in the shadows from a massive spider queen anyway. Why me? After Gust's fabulous sarcasm at LV Max negotiations, we were accepted into the Sahuagin army's headquarters. It was an impressive sight, all right. The city was literally carved out of the dungeon's bedrock, but it was far from what you could call caves. With some modern luxuries like electricity, they could have been sold as high-fancy apartments. Not that I was in the mood to enjoy the view. Because of the unnecessary meddling of Gust, I was forced to participate in the triumphant return of the Sahuagins and their leader, Vert. Why must someone as socially challenged as me have to join a parade? And as the guest of honor on top of the big boss head. Please, anyone, give me a hole to hide in. Only the hood doesn't work. As for the idiot that made this mess, he's wrapped up in threads and treated as luggage packed on the zombie raptor. Good luck surviving that stench. The inhabitants of the city were surprised to see the reinforcement group coming back with a demon that covers their face with a hood, and is accompanied by undeads, but one word from Big Boss Vert was enough for them to accept it. Oi! Be more on guard, people. It was the raptor monsters equipped with bristles that bought the explanation first, then the Sahuagins after the 6 guys I healed came with their comments. Even so, aren't you guys a little too trusting? After the parade, I was taken to an old Sahuagin that lived in one of the bigger houses. And I mean old when I say old. He's got this stupid long beard, and was holding a cane. It wouldn't be too strange if he suddenly fell over due to old age. Name, Bafum. Race, Sahuagin elder gender, male. Level, 28. Karma value, 129. HP, 75/75 MP, 105/105 SP, 8890 seconds. STR, 65 VIT, 45 MAG, 66. Res, 44 SPD, 42 Dex, 89. Int, 125 Luke, 111. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV .32. Crafting skills. Mixing LV, max. Active skills. Current control LV .14. Passive skills. Spearsmanship LV .34, Enhanced Medicine LV .44, Swimming LV, Max. Resistance skills. Water resistance LV .14, Poison resistance LV .47. Perception skills. Detect poison LV .26. Leadership skills. Leadership LV .19. Elements. Lesser water element LV .41. Monster skills. Sahuagin scales LV .27, Sahuagin elder's knowledge. Sahuagin elder. That's a new one. From the looks of things, I would say he used to be a warrior, but then changed to medicines. No pharmacist's class though. Ooh, so you are the one the younglings were talking about. Bafum. Garami. I gave Gust, which had been transported with us, a bump to signalize it was his turn. Oh yes, this is Miss Garami, an adventurer in name. We are currently on a hunt for a specific monster on this floor, so we were wondering if we could join forces with you guys. It seems like our target and your faction has a bad relationship with each other. Gust. Is it the quest the Divine Voice told of? Bafum. Divine Voice. Ah, I see. It must be what these guys call the system messages. It's not too far to call it that. Yes, that one. And our target is Gust. Did I forget to mention the boss I wanted to crush? Guess I did. My bad. Queen Aquarect. Garami. Yes, that's the one. The Glavra's Queen Aquarect. As long as we are the ones to gain the reward for defeating that monster, then we will help you with the remaining 2. Our miss here has already incapacitated the Glavra's snake monster that led the surprise attack force right before, so their dash Gust. You defeated the Serpent of Magic. Bafum. That's some reaction. Even his beard bristled out in every direction due to the shock. All the other monsters looked at me in shock and awe. Should I tell them that I only negotiated with him? Probably not. I know how to read a mood. Well, he will no longer be a threat to us, Gust. Oh, thank you, or savior. We had almost lost all hope when that wretched snake joined up with the 3 monsters of the dungeon. It may have been only a few times, but its nightly ambushes had driven us to the point of exhaustion. Bafum. Turns out that the power balance between the Sahuagin faction and the Glavra's faction was shattered by the seldom sneak attacks by the boss snake due to its ability to operate in the dark that the other 3 boss monsters lacked. The Sahuagins that were exhausted by the warfare during the day had little to nothing to fight against the boss snake during the night, so the plantation of medicinal herbs and other facilities were lost due to the boss snake's attacks. The more I listen to the old Sawajins talk, the more I'm certain that it was the right choice to have the boss snake retreat without a fight. Unlike the other bosses, the snake actually used its brains to fight rather than talking with its muscles. For the Sahuagins with less than average intelligence, he was the worst enemy for them to face. Not gonna tell them that it was me who released the snake onto this floor though. Nope. Never. Again, we are thankful for your aid, the one called Garami. But most of our warriors have fallen due to the lack of medicines. Bafam. Elder. This person can help us with that. Sahuagin. Who's that? Ah, right. Those guys again, the ones I saved. Wait, let me guess. This person is capable of healing people with her magic. She is the owner of the legendary healing magic. Sahuagin. Why are these guys so gung-ho on recovery-type magic? Can't you get at least one of those spells with an element magic skill? I asked Gust on the private telepathy channel, and it seems like Sahuagins are a tribal race of demi-humans, so information regarding certain skills or classes that's common knowledge to the other humanoids may not be known to them. Even more so when they've been stuck in a dungeon for who knows how long. It may have been generations since they met an outsider other than us. Want to recover the wounded? Garami. Can you? Please do so. But the reward, Bafam. Just continue to fight the dungeon. That's good enough. And a place to sleep, Garami. That shall be done. By all means, take residence here in the Elder's mansion. We will gather all the wounded by tomorrow morning. Bafam. Ugh, I wanted a more calming place to crash, not the biggest home in town, but whatever. They better have some good beds here. And yeah, the beds turned out to be trash. I made a hammock in my room, but the fact that I could produce threads made the Sahuagins change from admire me to straight out worship me. How frugal are their lives anyway? It's only the Dino's help that has allowed them to reach this far. I won't accept any other explanation. Anyway, after a breakfast made mostly of half-burned monster meat, these guys need to work on some cooking skill. I was taken to a large hall where all the wounded had gathered. Halfway in the heal train, I got a new title again. System message. Acquired title, Rescuer. Acquired skill, Healing Magic LV.1. Acquired skill, Glow Bullet LV.1. Dark Heal spell has been added to Darkness Magic LV.9, and a Healing Magic LV.1. Not surprising, but the new magic skill came in handy. Healing Magic contains every type of healing spell, no matter the attribute. That Dark Heal was automatically unlocked with it was a bonus I didn't expect, but I'm not complaining either. Name, Nameless Floor Boss. Race, Glavra's Queen Aquarect. Gender, female. Level, 59. Skills, 14. Skill points, 45.5. Condition, Poison Alt Paralyze, Weak. HP, 477/1, 008, 1159, MP, 445/466 SP, 823/987, 1030. STR, 105 Vit, 426 Mag, 555. Res, 301 SPD, 65 Dex, 79. Int, 100 Luke, 104. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase LV.21, HP super recovery LV.15, mana increase LV.16. Reduced mana consumption LV.44, MP auto recovery LV.35, stamina increase LV.24. Reduced stamina consumption LV.46. Attack skills. Pressure cannon LV.5 evolved. Resistance skills. Poison resistance LV.1, new paralyze resistance LV.1 new. Elements. Greater water element LV.2. Monster skills. Kin sovereignty LV.47. Extra skills. Parthenogenesis LV.5, EXP robber, kin, LV.4. Did it read my thoughts or something? And it kept on spending points to increase its 2 new resistance skills while I was spacing out. I fired all the bullets made with glow bullet through my thaumaturge revolver at the spider to stop it. The thing I threw at the queen blasted away with her newly obtained and boosted pressure cannon was a special toxic tonic that the Sahuagin created. It used parts of every poison I won from the Floor 3 quest except for the Hydra poison. He just got the pharmacist class and can already make something this dangerous. Talented geezers are scary. It wasn't an easy assignment though. There were tons of failures. One of them resulted in a poison that didn't do any damage, but the smell was so horrible you would want for it to be an insta-kill variant. I speak of experience. But yeah, this ain't gonna work. The decrease is slowing down with each added level to the resistance skills. If I could throw one more bottle at the queen, and get a rage, sleep, or confusion ailment, but the first one only worked so well because I hit it in the face, or rather its eyes. If I moved to its front, I could get blasted with its pressure cannon again. Suddenly, tons of magic circles appeared around the queen. From them spawned several Glavras Aquarex. No generals. Phew. That's the only blessing in disguise though. Now it's gonna be way harder to get to the queen. I threw the dagger at the queen in hope that I could coat the other daggers I had in poison, but nope. Even the abdomen that lacked an exoskeleton is too tough for even a shooting boosted dagger to penetrate. The Aquarex started their water-blasting bombardment at me. The floor's no good, it's a flood of spiders down there. So I had no other choice than to run along the wall at high speed to dodge the blasts. I dodged most of the attacks, but sometimes I was forced to use arrow guard to block the few successful hits, but all of this is draining my SP. I used the evil eye to weaken some of the spiders, but there are too many of them. And if I start to kill the spiders, the queen will just get more EXP. That's something I can't allow. The poison may be negated due to the level up. The good news is that the queen is too busy by the pain that comes from the poison, and the stiffness from the paralyzed to think of the idea of having the spiders kill themselves to give her EXP. Or maybe it already knows of that move but does not want to give the orders. Nah, it's probably too stupid. Snap. They did it. A spider with more wits than the rest aimed at the safety thread rather than me. A single blast from a newborn spider is nowhere enough to cut the spider lord's thread, but once all the other spiders thought of the same idea. I jumped off the wall and aimed to land on one of the spiders. If it's come to this, then it's time for a brawl. The spiders charged towards me, but I kicked the closest ones while being boosted by energy warfare. That single kick took more of my MP and SP than creating and manipulating threads does, but the result was worth it. The kicked spider was sent flying like a bullet and crashed into several other spiders. That's what happens when you gang up like that. Yeah, these numbers are bad. There are, 100 weakling spiders here now. More than enough for a level to the queen. Let's change gears. Running and stalling. The spiders, now getting that a fistfight with me would be a bad move, shifted back to their long-range tactics with water blasts. Did you think that amateur spiders such as yourself can hit me while I'm on solid ground? When Legion of 1 gives my SPD a boost of 1% for each of you guys. Just before the water blasts were about to hit, I dodged them with a speed that shocked the spiders out of their minds. If I got too close to a spider, I slashed it with the new dagger I had taken out from the storage. Yes, this is the close-range weapon for me. But lowering the number of spiders will lower my speed while giving EXP to the queen, so let's try a different strategy. I jumped up to the wall and kicked it to get high enough to land on top of the queen. Ugh, this is disgusting to even stand on. I retrieved a large number of threads from the storage and used thread control to cover the whole area. The spiders, which were still confused about where I had run off to with my boosted speed, were covered by the carpet thread, stuck in place. Even the queen's covered. Even so, this won't last, will it? The queen can still move somewhat, and it keeps on recovering from the poison. It should be fine now. The queen's used up all of its skill points with the distractions, so let's spring the real killer trap on it. 4 days ago. Ha! Can the spider queen breathe underwater? Boss Snake. While the battle between the Glavras faction and the Sahuagins raged on, I had returned to floor 6 to meet with the boss snake. An easy feat, since he didn't even bother to hide while lazing around in the former abyss level. To think you found out about that fat lady. Boss Snake. Answer. Garami. Yes, fine. I owe you so much for letting me escape those doofuses. As for your question, no. None of us Glavras kinds can breathe underwater without some special means. Boss Snake. Wow, he told me just like that. And I was ready to threaten him by ratting him out to the Glavras faction. Not that I could. But if you are going after the Queen Aquarect, don't get any stupid ideas. That thing is too big to move around normally, and its lair ain't below ground level even if you had the means of transporting that much water. And that thing wouldn't move close to big bodies of water since it's heavy enough to sink to the bottom in less than 10 seconds. Boss Snake. Why so cooperative? Garami. 'Cause I would rather see the dungeon fall than having those bastards alive. But I won't do anything myself. I'm officially retired. Boss Snake. Can floor bosses retire? Back to the present. Do it. After picking up the dagger that had been repelled by the queen's defense, I gave that order to the skeleton raptor underground before jumping off the queen with sky jump. A few seconds after the order was given, a large explosion was heard from under the ground. The ground gave up underneath the queen and her spawns, kinda like a sinkhole. The trick is simple. I had the moles dig underneath the tower to hole out the ground with just enough tunnels. When the moles thought it was unstable enough, we sent a skeleton frog down with one of the bombs I had stolen from the robots, and had it on standby the whole time. While testing out the Spectromancer class, I found out that the undeads can still receive orders even when they cannot hear me, kinda like a form for telepathy. Therefore, the brawl from before was just a farce. I wanted to see if I could beat the queen without wasting another bomb. I needed to get the tower away, as it would bother the next step in my anti-queen plan. I looked down from the mountain path, and saw that all the smaller spiders had been crushed by the sinkhole, save for some lucky fellows. The queen's still alive as expected. But not for long. Open all storage floodgates. The artificial sinkhole was soon filled with tons of water that I had stored from the different water sources on this floor. Yuwa death by drowning, Gust. Gust who had been on guard duty in case the other Glavras bosses came back earlier than expected. And he's not wrong. The sinkhole is completely submerged now, thanks to the moles sealing off the tunnels after leaving the undead inside. The Spider Queen was covered by gallons of water, hiding its massive form. The weaker spiders floated to the top, but they had all died due to the water pressure. The artificial lake looked kinda magical with the lights emitting from the spider corpses as they disappeared. Then we will not be needing this anymore, said Gust while throwing HEY. Why are you throwing the poison? Garami. I gave Gust a bottle of the same poison that I used on the queen, so he had the means to defend himself, but it's too much of a waste to throw it away like that. The bottle was starting to fall apart, so what else could I do? Gust. It was about to what? I took a look at the remaining 8 bottles that were in the storage, and yes, the bottles' durabilities have lowered since last time I checked them. They still got more than half their durability left, but even so, oi. The poison works even on the bottles. Garami. That is why the elder made the poisons right before we left. Gust. I thought he needed enough time, so that there were no accidents. Air expressed them to the T-Rex and the tortoise. Garami. Do not look at me for that. If something happened to the bottles mid-flight, then I am a goner. Gust. True that. System message. The tamed monster, Gust, has reached its maximum racial level, Evolution is now possible. Level has increased. Reached LV.6. You have earned 0.3 skill points. Due to Champion of Alvatria, an additional 0.3 skill points were earned. Reduced stamina consumption, skill level has reached LV max. Skill, minimize stamina consumption, has been unlocked. You have earned 0.6 skill points. Due to Champion of Alvatria, an additional 0.6 skill points were earned. Title Legion of 1 has advanced to Army of 1. Acquired skill, speed increase LV.1. Acquired skill, dexterity increase LV.1. Skill, dexterity increase, small, LV, max, has been integrated into skill, dexterity increase LV.1. Skill, speed increase, small, LV, max, has been integrated into skill, speed increase LV.1. Acquired title, Arachnid Slayer. Acquired skill, dexterity increase, small, LV.1. Skill, dexterity increase, small, LV.1, has been integrated into skill, dexterity increase LV.3. What? Oi. Garami. I turned to look at the gilt bird, who is sweating cold sweat like there was no tomorrow. Ah. I see. The poison must have been classified as the last damage, so all the EXP went to the one who added the poison to the water. Gust. Don't try to wiggle away from this. Throw up those EXPs right now. Just 4% is not enough for me. Garami. I grab the greedy bird and shake him upside down in the hope of getting him to hurl up the EXP. Since that did nothing, didn't expect that either, just wanted some stress relief, I went down to the sinkhole and stored the used water. Let's see, identification, yup. It's poisoned. Just a little bit though. Even that's enough for the last attack thing. Or is it due to the cause of death is drowning? Hey, what about the queen? Gust. The queen, huh? It's resisted the poison completely by the end, so it should be fine even to eat, not that I'm all that for the idea. Guess I'll convert. This thing's going to be worth several gold souls, so please do not convert it, said Gust, who had flown down. Souls. Garami. Souls, I tell you, souls. I am talking about money. Do you not even know that? Gust. I gave him a good glare and thought about it. True, the Glavras monsters are all unique to this dungeon alone, and this is a floor boss. Just the originality could get us some cash from researchers or whatever, and even if I converted it, there wouldn't result in any Glavras undead's blueprints either. Selling it does sound like the better option, especially since I'm penniless. Into the storage with you, Your Majesty. The only bad part is that dungeon monsters do not produce magic stones. Gust. Those stones that C-rank monsters and above may have in their bodies. I'm not that sad over some uncertain profits. Rumble, rumble, rumble. What was that? An earthquake? In the dungeon? Or is Scent going bananas? Anyway, this doesn't seem to be safe. After the quake stopped, popped up a system message, no, a quest notification. Chain quest, Bug the Knot, 6. Quest giver, Ultimate Goddess of Water, Lusalki. Quest description. It's a war, it's a war. Aid the brave rebels of the Water Knot of Glavras by defeating the floor bosses that have converged on floor 7. Quest content. Defeat the floor boss of floor 6. January 1st completed. Defeat the floor boss of floor 7. January 1st completed. Defeat the floor boss of floor 8. 0 to 1 failed. Rewards. For defeating the floor boss of floor 6. Skill scroll, Summon Kin. For defeating the floor boss of floor 7. Skill scroll, Berserk. If having cleared all of the previous quests. 1 extra class item. System message. Quest failed. Rewards for cleared quest content are given. Due to partly failing some quest content, the rewards from the quest have been diminished. Quest reward can be selected from the quest log. Emergency quest released, cut the knot. Garami and Gust. Emergency quest, cut the knot. Quest giver, ultimate goddess of water, Lisalki. Quest description. No time to explain. Just get down there and stop that mad snake. Quest content. Defeat the dungeon master, Glavras. Rewards. Garami and Gust. And as if that was not enough, we heard a roar from the south of the floor, from where the entrance to the next floors should be. I recognize that sound. The King Cobra. Gust's POV. Gust flew through the dungeon towards the battlefield where the Sahuagin faction and the Glavras United Front usually did battle. The quest suddenly expiring, the earthquake that struck the dungeon, and the appearance of what Garami had dubbed the King Cobra, could not be a coincidence unless the goddess of fate herself had a finger with it. After a little while, Gust was met with the sight of the Sahuagin army facing off against the Glavras Rexus, and the Glavras Hydra Tress, is not what happened. The Rexus was lying dead with a large bash on its side, probably from Sen's tail hammer by the looks of it. As for the Hydra Tress. Wahahaha. You finally came out of your hole in the wall, Opharegina. Now face me and be defeated, you worm. Hydra Tress. He was heading straight for the King Cobra, apparently called Opharegina. Gust was confused. Were they not allies? He descended to the Sahuagins that were still down there, watching while in a daze at the Hydra Tress charging towards the Opharegina. According to the Sahuagins, the Hydra Tress did always have a battle-maniac brain, as it always challenged Vert to one-on-one duels, but even the Sahuagins couldn't predict this event. I see, then how about our troops? Gust. We had some casualties, but nothing fatal, mostly due to the healing spells Lady Garami taught us. Sahuagin. That is the reason we taught you guys them, thought Gust, while he was planning the next step. Garami asked for us to take care of the new Glavras monster that appeared. Fighting it head-on will only result in our deaths. Therefore, we will attract them both without getting too close. Now, here is the plan, Gust. Garami's POV. Oi, oi, oi. Boss-class monsters aren't supposed to leave their areas. I rode on the skeleton raptor I had made with additional materials to boost its stats, but the closer I came to the floor 8 entrance, the more I wanted to turn back. If there was something among the quest rewards that I could use, but no. So yeah, gotta be stealthy around this bloke, what the dash. The Hydra. Why's he here? Go and fight against Vert and the Sahuagins. Arg, the kiting plan can't work if the Hydra's in the way. I'm not even close to them yet, but I can see that they're starting some kinda infighting. Then it's up to me then. Having these OP bosses level up more is not what the doctor ordered. Yeah, as if there's something they could do against those behemoths at the same time. Damn, this is a mess, oi. Is King Cobra doing that move? The skeleton raptor is fast on flat ground, but I need some attitude now. Dismiss. And sky jump. I climbed the mountain paths that made up the outer rim of the floor, just in time to escape the favorite attack of the King Cobra, the flood breath. Even on this wide-open floor, a single breath is enough to cover it with water. The damn Cobra, did he up his game since I left him? The Sahuagins told me that they tried sending people to scout floor 9 ahead of time, but it seems like they only contributed to level up the Cobra. Yeah, having them help out will just come back to bite me. They could probably handle the Cobra alone if they focused on kiting it only, as long as they took certain, extremely drastic security measures, but if the Hydra's getting more attention than what the Sahuagins can at a safe distance. I spied on the 2 monsters currently engrossed in their Kaija battle, and yup. Most of the Cobra's lower half is still inside the tunnel. There's no space to sneak through. Wait, why are they even fighting each other? Should I throw one of the bombs at them? But the Queen survived one, plus getting the roof in her head. But the Queen survived a blow, so it is probably safe to assume that these guys, a tortoise monster of the same rank and a B-rank snake could withstand it as well. I've only got 2 more of these and I want to save them, and aren't those guys a little slow? I gave them the perfect plan, so why re they? Crash. A giant boulder just crashed into the face of the Hydra. You were supposed to hit the cobra, not that guy. Was their aim awry, or is the plan to kite both of them? The plan I gave Gust before he left to meet the Sahuagins was to use a long-range strategy consisting of vert and scent. The former would cut up large chunks of rock while the other sent the chunks flying. With the T-Rex gone, scent could have supported vert in the battle against the Hydra, but with our current situation. Those damn little betrayers. I'll kill 'em all. Hydra. And with that, the Hydra's aggro is splendidly aimed at the vert and scent combi. That's half the problem, not solved. The Cobra is worth more than the Hydra ** crush *, yeah, that gotta do it. Wow, he looked pissed off. Ah, one of its fangs broke. That explains it. Have a nice trip, Cobra. How nostalgic Floor 8 is now. Shouldn't I be worried about Gust and the others? They can just escape to Floor 6 if things get too messy. Both the Hydra and the Cobra's too big for the bridges to carry them. No matter, there's nothing here. Even the lights. The big crystal in the middle of this relatively small floor should have been glowing like some kind of mother computer, but it's turned off, if I should continue the computer analogy. Something's up with the dungeon. Heck, what is this place supposed to be in the first place? The Sahuagins had greater stats than the Glavras monsters despite being lower leveled, the whole deal with the castle on floor 6, that machiners commanding mustache guy, and not to mention that monsters born in a dungeon should be loyal to their dungeon master. Even Gust was shocked over that part. Knowing that won't probably change anything. Let's focus on that dungeon master for now. So, I'm back at Floor 9. And what a welcome committee. Tons of Glavras monsters standing guard before the entrance to the floor. Oi, a monster house right in front of the entrance is against the rules. Not that they're listening to me, damn it. Time to sky jump up to the walls. I escaped the blasts of a torrent-based water cannons from the tortoises, and the water magic by the smaller cobras, and ran across the good old labyrinth walls. Ah, this reminds me of when I was just boy. Stop firing at me while I'm reminiscing. Damn, I've got no time for this. Black fog. And in chaotic concurrence. The Glavras forces were covered in the smokescreen-like darkness magic that was used twice due to the skill. That should give me some room to hide with stealth. Then, up with the old floor 9 map and straight to the last floor. There it was. The entrance to the final floor. And just like back then, there are tortoises around the entrance camouflaged as rocks. And there are many of them. More than the 2 back when I first entered this floor. I did meet many enemies that followed me over the walls, but do these guys think I'm not being suspicious of an empty corridor right before the goal? Better just climb over them. Getting into a brawl now would just be a loss of time. The tortoises were too busy acting like rocks to even think about keeping an eye on the walls. If they could see me with all my stealth skills on is a different story. I jumped down from the wall and stopped just before the entrance. Wait, why do I have to complete some urgent quest? Especially against something that's the boss over this whole hellhole of a dungeon. I'm not even sure if there's a reward for this job. With that in mind, let's go back. It's better digging stone than having to face some superboss. The Sahuagins will see things my way, especially when they've seen the strength of the King Cobra. Your own life is always more important than whatever that dungeon master stole. Then **bonk, **. My here Wade. What was that? Which **king idiot is throwing stones on people? I swear I'm gonna give that guy a taste of his real medicine. I couldn't identify the culprit, but their weapon is a different story. A big, ink-black rock, bigger than my fist. Oi, you shouldn't throw stuff that big on people. Seriously. Attached to the rock with a string was a piece of paper. Wait, is this some rock letter? Like an arrow letter? While in doubt, and making sure not to be seen by anyone wanting to check the entrance, I read the letter. What? Stupid champion of mine, get that power-hungry snake already. I warn you, I still can send over another, or even with that place's barrier up and running, even if that is all I can do. This threatening attitude, and how she refers to me as her champion, is the person who wrote this letter. If you act like a good demon, I will tell you those requirements to reach your masterpiece. And you can take that Black Chiron or as a prepayment. My masterpiece as in dash. That's something I could agree to, that being a worthy reward. I'll scout the area for now. If the dungeon master lives in that underground lake, then it's automatically my victory. Since there's no reason not to accept a gift, let's take this or with me as well. Black Chiron, where have I heard? Oh. Isn't that the big rock from when I escaped the snake back then? Hee hee. That's some karma. Time to see if I've graduated from someone that could only run away from anything. This place is as gloomy as I left it, is my only comment on the tunnels that lead to the bottom floor. Dark and damp, without even candle lights to light up the path. Kinda feels like a tunnel leading to the abyss. I made my process as silent as possible, in the hope of not alarming the dungeon master. Hope he's not paid for his security system. Despite my worries, I reached the bottom floor without any problems. There were some changes done to the floor since I left the place. One of them is the lack of that eerie feeling. Now I know that was from the dread spirits that flocked to this floor. As for why they've left, I can only attribute it to the death of the wild hunt lord in the castle. The second and more obvious change is the lighting. Unlike before, there is some sort of powerful light source located somewhere on the lake, illuminating the cave with its blue light. First time in my second life that I want sunglasses. The light source is kinda weird. Pulsating like a heart or something. Is that the all-famous dungeon core? I read that it acted as the dungeon's heart and brain, but nothing about it being a real heart. I'll take a look at it after this mess done. The important thing is the master. Where is he? I didn't see him the day I left this cave either. Maybe he's a chameleon. No, that can't be it. According to the Kegel note and the few books from the castle library about dungeons, you can create monsters based on your race, but there were close to no monsters with camouflaging abilities except for the tortoises of floor 9, and those seem to be because they're trained for that. Then he's really in the water then. I can't locate him with a magic sight, but that's probably because of the dungeon core's light being all magical, serving as a cover for anything else in the underground cave. System message. Magic sight skill level has reached LV max. You have earned 0.6 skill points. Due to Champion of Alvatria, an additional 0.6 skill points were earned. I foresaw that one. My eyes are hurting for the first time in my life due to using the skill. Just how much mana is stored in that thing? Back to the point, how do I lure a UMA out of their lake fishing with dynamite? Nah, too wasteful. Let's go with poison instead. I opened up the lid for the bottle of Lavellan poison, then threw the whole thing into the lake. Some seconds later, the lake started to turn a little purplish oil. Just one bottle was enough to affect the whole lake. That's freaking scary. While I was freaking out by the surprising potency of the poison, bubbles started to appear from the bottom of the lake. Here he comes. Asterisk splash. Asterisk. A gigantic snake appeared from the bottom of the lake. Or rather, compared to the king cobra, this guy looks lankier. There's no aura coming from him like the king cobra, or even the spider queen. On the other hand, this snake looks more like the personification of the beauty of a lake in the moonlight. Its body was covered in light blue scales and a group of horns formed a crown on top of its head, decorated with some kind of blue jewel in the middle. The fact that its eyes look like those of a dead fish is busting the impression though. All the evidence points to this guy being the dungeon master, but let's double check just to be safe. Name, Glavras. Race, pure lake dragon. Gender, male. Level, 1. Karma value, 0. Condition, poisoned. Skills, 3. Titles, 2. HP, 555/600 MP, 0/0 SP, for 98/500. STR, 300 VIT, 200 MAG, 0. Res, 100 SPD, 200 Dex, 150. Int, 0 Luke, 0. I've got the right guy, but what's up with these strange stats? And only 3 skills. No, if there's something this strange, then the titles are a bigger candidate for being the culprit. Title list. Status titles. Ancient Dragon Dungeon Master. Or maybe not. And I thought it was some kinda clone or scapegoat or whatever. Are the skills to blame? Skill list. Active skills. Berserk LV, Max. Perception skills. Identification detection LV, Max. Extra skills. Dungeon creation. Oh. I didn't see anything. Nothing at all. So don't come charging at me like some freakin' zombie snake while ignoring all my stealth skills. I threw myself to the floor to escape the large mouth of the snake, aka Glavras. Crash. Is it normal for snakes to eat someone they meet for the first time? From the looks of it, the charge must have hurt the snake as well. Part of his mouth is bleeding, and his HP went down another 10 points, 10 points. Looking at his condition, I can see that the Berserk skill is activated. It's kinda obvious, but the skill drastically increases your physical abilities in exchange for not using other skills and a reduction in defensive and mental abilities. This guy's got almost no other skills than Berserk, and his INT is already 0. Alright, this is too weird. First, why is most of his stats at 0? That doesn't make any sense. And if he's been living for over 1 year, then he should have obtained at least one more title than those. And why's identification detection amongst the few skill he has? Gotta stop identifying him. With that high skill level, I'm essentially negating my stealth abilities here. So why's he keeping on chasing me even when I've turned off the skill? I thought it was supposed to only allow you to detect when and where someone used an identification type skill on you. Can it be that with a high skill level, you'll know where the rude fellow is for a short while? Then I can't do anything but run. I ran across the shore to escape the berserking dragon, but that turned out to be a bad move. Glavras followed after me as I ran, meaning he left the poisoned lake. TCH, and here I was betting on it weakening him even more, damn. The poison has disappeared. Did the dungeon do that, or was it the poison that was too weak? I hope it's the latter. I've got 2 more bottles in the storage after all. And here I'm sure I can beat it if I could get some sneak attacks on it. Its HP is lowering due to the poison, and he's not as strong in defense as the queen either. Beating this guy will be easy the moment the stealth skills get usable again, unnaturally easy even. As said before, this guy's something that has lived for over 1,000 years. And creatures can obtain EXP simply by living in ether-rich areas, even if it's several, if not hundreds, times slower than hunting monsters or whatever. And I'm not gonna buy some excuses like he had evolved just recently. Then there are his skills. A pure lake dragon should have some water attribute skills, right? Not having that is stranger than having so few of them. And a dungeon create is too strange. I made a quick identification of the skill before I was forced to turn it off, and the result told me that it was a skill to change the dungeon one is a dungeon master of. That's too strange. Dungeon masters are supposed to be able to change their dungeons without the help of skills and such, so why is something like that existing? It feels kinda unnecessary. As I kept on running over the shore, I noticed a fatal fact about my plan. The wounds on Glavras' face, the ones he had done to himself with the first charge, have healed. I'm not saying I didn't expect that to happen, skill or not. It's a dragon after all, so I could accept that its ridiculous high life force could heal it or something, but that's too fast. Did the dungeon heal it? Like some auto-healing service that the dungeon gives for certain species. If so, then no way stacking sneak attacks will kill it. I'll need to kill that thing in a single blow with enough power, so it won't help no matter how much the dungeon can recover Glavra's HP. Why am I always fighting stuff like this lately? I missed the fight with the Wild Hunt Lord. Glavras went for a lightning-fast chomp again, so I jumped to the roof, then I used sky jump and a blink to get behind him. While over him, I shot some gloom bullets at him, but no damage. TCH, this skill lacks power so much that it's to laugh at. After I landed, the darkness bullet spell I had worked on while in air finished, which had chaotic concurrence to back it up. 5 dark magic circles appeared and shot bullets made of darkness, not that different from the gloom bullets, only bigger. The bullets smashed into Glavras with more force than the gloom bullets could from the sound of it, but yeah. A level 15 darkness spell ain't gonna cut it here. Already expecting that, I ran away the moment the magic was unleashed. And I think I got an idea just now. I fired more gloom bullets and dark bullets to keep the snake after me. Our game of chase lasted for a little while, and to be honest, I'm starting to feel the pain of using energy warfare all this time. But there's the goal. I made a sharp left into the opening of the wall and Glavras followed. After reaching the end, I kicked the wall to change directions toward Glavras. The monster snake opened its jaws in hope of swallowing me whole, but I used sky jump to jump to the wall instead, forcing Glavras to swallow the present I left behind when I did the double jump. Not wasting a moment, I hurried out of the cave, just in time to escape the explosion from inside Glavras. Pieces of meat, blood and fat flew out the opening to the cave as if a scene from a splatter movie was being filmed there. Chain Quest, the Dragon of the Ancient. Quest description. Warrior of courage, face the creature of ancient blood to inherit the power of the greatest of dragons. Quest content. Slay an ancient dragon 1/1 completed. Rewards. 1 Dragon Slayer skill. System message. Quest reward can be selected from the quest log. Does that mean wait. I didn't say that line. I didn't set up any cliché flags. None at all. Huh? Hey, where's the EXP? No way, that big guy isn't enough for even 1 level. I glanced inside the cave and saw the corpse of Glavras. His neck had been blown off from the bomb I made him swallow, so I think it's safe to say he's dead, unless he's like that famous undead, the Dullahan. Damn it all. And here I thought that the body could finish it off if I added those skills to it. Whoa dash. A loud voice came from behind me all of a sudden. But when I turned around, I saw no one, except for the supposed dungeon core shining in the distance too far away for me to recognize its shape. Whatever. It did buy me enough time. Dungeon core. Oi, that line, and that he called Glavras the body, don't tell me dash. No, seriously, don't tell me that something like that's allowed. In my shock, I turned around to confirm that the snake was dead, only to be met with the sight of a large amount of salt in the shape of a snake. Then, come on. That guy left his freaking body to become his dungeon. That's cheating. How are you supposed to kill a dungeon? Gore, but there's one fatal flaw with whatever that plan of his is dash. A magic circle. Wait. Just let me use these. The dungeon core, no, Glavras observed the white-haired demon disappear in a dark purple magic circle. Teleportation type from the divine realm, and that color, no matter. That past will never be a problem for me again, even if she survives the night or not. Glavras thought so while checking out the situation in the dungeon. To his surprise, there were no living creatures left in the dungeon. Did the gods evacuate all the monsters, even the ones still loyal to Glavras? Even so, he had no reason to keep them around even if they were. The former dragon chuckled to himself in the gods' vain attempt of opposing him. How could the gods ever harm him after all his preparations? Obtaining the dungeon core, which is a piece of the chaos god himself, integrating it with the ruins of rebellion to inverse the core, so it would become impossible to be affected by the ultimate gods, analyzing the remnants of the Genesis god that made up the Devil's Spire mountain right beside the dungeon, hacking the Terra Sol world system through the information obtained from the Genesis god to create the dungeon create skill to cover for the loss of being able to use the dungeon normally. And finally, harvesting all the hundreds of tons of water that made up the lake region of Volantis to fuel his plans of becoming a god of water. It was not a foolproof plan, as evidenced by the intrusion of the Black Baron who Glavras had tricked into cooperating with him, or the ghost of Avalor who had been a sort of guardian deity for the ruins of rebellion. And worst of all was that wretched demon. Glavras couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that thing exiting the same cave as his former body now lay in. It had by no means any strength, but something was wrong with it. As if it was the carrier of a lethal disease. Due to the dread spirits that infested the underground lake at that time would strike at the dungeon core if he didn't protect it at every possible moment, Glavras couldn't take any measure against the demon that wandered towards the upper levels like a scared ant. The demon turned out to be both a pain due to helping the Ultimate Gods campaign against Glavras, and a helping hand in eliminating or driving off certain troublesome individuals, including the Black Baron, the Ghost of Avalor, and even less important individuals such as the Crushroach Queen that had infested the upper levels. Even so, it was also an enemy that destroyed several important resources of Project Apotheosis. Glavras tried to use the empty shell that used to be his body before transferring his mind, soul, and even his ether to the dungeon core. Despite fashioning the body to be an opponent the demon would have difficulty beating, it was splendidly destroyed without much difficulty. No matter, that is no longer a problem. Nothing is anymore. The former Pure Lake Dragon, a creature that was essentially a big frog in a small well who had been furious over the world containing so many greater existences than him and swore vengeance against those who were unjustly better than him, the lord over an extremely small part of the Volantis Lake region, laughing madly in his vanity. Garami's POV. When the light faded, I noticed I was somewhere on a mountain. The winds biting cold and the 7 moons in the night sky illuminate the black rocks that are part of the mountain that extends to the sky like a spire. Wasn't there something wrong with that line just now? Or that's not so important right now. Several, screw that, tons of colored lights appeared from the ground at the foot of the mountain. It was mostly blue lights, with 2 especially big ones going a different way than the smaller ones. Except for that, there were black lights that were aimed at random it seems, along with a few brown ones mixed in. And one of them, a dark purple one, is landing here. When the purple light struck the ground, a magic circle appeared and revealed Gust. I must have been transported the same way then. Garami. Where's this? Are those guys here? Gust. Did the 2 dungeon bosses give him a trauma or something? I can see his feathers being drenched in water, and the bird himself looks like he's been through a horror movie marathon. I don't know much about the Hydra, but the King Cobra is scary as hell, so I can't make fun of him. Only us here. But what about the others? Garami. Phew, they are not here, oh Vert and the others. They all evacuated to floor 6 to escape the dungeon bosses. There were some wounded ones but no one died. Gust. And those blue lights have already left the area. Guess it's all over then. The whole deal with the dungeon ended with a disappointing end, but what can you do? I'm not going back in there. Too many scary things in there, both stuff that originates from the dungeon and not. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A quake shook the earth down below, but the mountain I was on looked like it was not affected. Kind of a weird feeling. An explosion happened where the dungeon should have been, and from the depths of the earth rose something made of earth. Its size was around 100 meters, and as I kept on looking at it, its dirt-based body changed into water. As the transformation continued, the structure changed its shape. Its body turned elongated and slim, like a snake. Several tentacles started to sprout out from its body, deformed batwings too small to carry its big body appeared on its back. A jaw like a crocodile with rows of teeth similar to a shark appeared on its front, and aqua-green water converged and formed its multiple eyes spread around its body at random. It looked like some Lovecraftian monster had been merged with a spirit of water. World message. The World Quest, a disaster of water, has been replaced with the World Quest, Glavras the Disaster. World Quest, Glavras the Disaster. Quest Description. The disaster of water has shown its face. Bring down the false god located in the eastern part of the Volantes region on the Invidia continent and save the world. Quest content. Defeat the disaster of water, false god Glavras. So it was Glavras. Seriously, that's too freaking cheating. A false god, are you kidding me? They even changed the quest from urgent to world. Wadash, gust. And this guy's out of commission. Must be due to the sudden rush from the dungeon bosses to this guy. Should I visit that grand library place and ask for a refund? I was looking for somewhere to hide while the big guy would leave to crush some innocent city someplace else when a large noise destroyed the tranquility of the night. Oh ho ho ho. Finally dug yourself out of your snake hole, eh? Glavras. I know that voice. I've only heard it one time in my life, but the event that happened due to this guy's subordinates have been etched into my heart, mostly due to irritation and rage. I looked at the sky and saw something that looked like a flying battleship. They weren't the type you can see in sci-fi stories, as these had magical runes all over their bodies, and the engines looked like precious gems with a rotating piece of metal around them. They were at least more fantastical than the robots that were on floor 3 at that time. There were 3 of these flying machines, each with its characteristics. One of them, the mid-sized of the lot, was silver-colored and filled to the brim with gunports and other weapons. The smallest one was colored in rusty red, and looked like someone had drawn graffiti on the ship's armor. The third and final one was bigger than both the previous ones and painted in dark blue colors, close to black. The loud voice from before had originated from the speakers attached to this ship. Then that's Black Baron. Still trying to make me pay up? Glavras. You better believe I do. Do you know how much those transport units cost to build? Black Baron. Why must today be filled with bad news only? As for the bird, he seems to have fainted on his feet, mumbling something about an A-rank criminal. I moved him into one of the caves with the opening not facing the ships, and the so-called god to prevent any stray shots from hitting him. And just how are you supposed to do that? Just look. Glavras. With that, Glavras proceeded to strike the ground with one of his tentacles. The place that was struck started to change. The solid ground had been changed to crystal clear water. See? No matter what my body touches, it will turn into water, be it the ground or even attacks. And as a god, I have complete control over any water. Nothing can defeat me now, not even the ultimate gods. Nothing. Glavras. While in the middle of his speech, Glavras was suddenly barraged by shots from the silver-colored ship. Despite bragging about his invincibility, the bullets struck his body without being turned into water. Oi, assault! Don't fire before I give the orders. Black Baron. Bragging drenched with vanity and narcissism is not worth of hearing, so this unit decided to cut it short. Assault. That's still not a good reason to ignore orders, is what I would say usually, but this time, I'll allow it. Black Baron. You'll allow it. But I agree with both of them. That Glavras fellow seems to be a complete idiot. Huh? Oh, the speaker's still on. Black Baron. Click. Guess birds of a feather flock together in this world too. Where was I? Right, Glavras ain't as invulnerable as he has people to believe. The bullets of the Black Baron's team must be of some special metal alloy that prevents Glavras' powers to work on them. As the fireball-like attacks from the ships also damage him, energy-type attacks also seem to be effective. Water evaporates after all. Wonder what would happen if he was exposed to a freeze beam. Even so, he's worthy of the name God. Despite all the bullets, either material or energy-based, he has been hit with, there's no inkling of him growing weaker. Ain't that weird? Then I looked at the ground he was standing on and guess what? The ground beneath Glavras is turning into water, and makes that a part of him to compensate for the bits that get blown off from the Baron's attacks. Then what if this keeps on going until Glavras reaches the lithosphere? Oh crap, that's bad. Prophecies of world destruction aside, how can I fix this mess between two superpowers without getting killed myself? One side is a group of magical war machines led by a freak in military uniform, and the other is a god, or is he? I think I can do something about this. But first, dinner. I'm starving due to the speed run down to the underground lake. Gotta refuel before charging in. Glad I got some dried meat from the Sahuagins. And I got the fight of the century as entertainment to boot. Can it get any better? I should keep the escapism to a limited degree, asterisks I star. Why do I have to be involved with this? Heh. Chaos, you say dot. Garami. Asterisk munch asterisk, that's right. All dungeons around the world are been said to be, gulp, the spawns of the ultimate god, chaos. That snake must have used that fact to achieve godhood by transferring his soul and mind to it. As for how he tuned the core, or the dungeon itself to become a fitting vessel for his divine self dash dot. Gust. Through that. Garami. Yes, I think so. The devil's spine is a piece of the Genesis God after all. If analyzing that wouldn't give you a hint on how to attain godhood, then nothing will. But I don't think that the dungeon core could do that, Gust. The ruins? Garami. You must have a point there. Gust. Gust's stomach finally won over his fear for Glavras and came out of the cave to look at the battle with me and the lunchboxes. During that time, we discussed the secret over Glavras' sudden promotion to the divine stage, which led to the current theory. Glavras must have used the inverse dungeon core to retrieve the info from this spine mountain, cause I think that this chaos guy, God, wouldn't want people to learn from the Genesis God at all costs, which turned out to be a fatal mistake when the core turned inverse. Gus gulped down the last of the food, and went into hiding again in the cave. Smart move. Those turrets to the Black Baron may not make any noise, wish my gun was like that, but they still pack a punch. Pieces of Glavras' fluid body are blown off with each hit. Not that the false god looks disturbed by it. He keeps on converting material to water for each bullet and not. He's simply not losing body mass, despite the Black Baron's idea being the right. You can't beat a monster made of water with fists. Heat-inducing bullets are the thing for the job, normally. Anyway, you said something about killing that thing, but just what are you planning? Asked Gust, peeking out of the cave. Why's he asking me at this point? The opponent is a monstrosity of a god created by transforming a freaking dungeon, and it's in mortal combat with what Gust referred to as an A-rank criminal, or whatever. So do I have a plan? You bet I do. Breaker's POV. Keep the assault going, Breaker. We should see him weakening any time soon. Black Baron. Yes, sir. Keeping on assaulting, duly noted. Breaker, over and out. Breaker. The wheel-like machiners, Breaker, cut off the communication with his master and laid back lazily in his chair while giving commands to his subordinate machiners. This is not productive at all. That big guy is recovering at an equal pace as we burn off his water reserves. Breaker thought that but didn't care. It was too much of a pain to do so. The Black Baron should figure that out for himself. Fire. 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 Scarecrow. And Breaker had his hands filled with the button-mashing idiot. Scarecrow had gotten his own console connected to the cannons, which made good use for his love for buttons on the attack on Glavras. Fire-huh. Hey, Breaker. Something is jumping over to us. Scarecrow. Yes, that is fine. Keep on with the bombardment now. Breaker. Breaker decided to ignore Scarecrow's warning, as most that come out of his mouth is pure nonsense, and started to take a nap instead when... Bang, bang, bang. Were we hit? Breaker thought the sound came from Glavras' attacks but then thought otherwise. Breaker had specifically positioned his ship as far away from Glavras as possible, so far that they were getting a little too close to the devil's spine. And the sound came from the hatch, not the hull. Bang, bang, bang. Can someone check out that noise already? Breaker. You got it. Scarecrow. Scarecrow left his position, meaning the cannons to Breaker's ship stopped for a small moment, until one of the assistant machiners switched the cannons to auto mode. Even without Scarecrow there, it was no big loss. Breaker returned to his nap, which lasted for around 5 minutes before the next catastrophe. Sir, the Albabots have been released. Assistant. What is what again? Wait, seriously, what was released? Breaker. Outside the window were several dozens of machiners shaped after albatrosses, and of the same size, with a jetpack on their back that doubled as cannon turrets. Breaker swiftly looked to Scarecrow, who had just returned, and was the only possible suspect for this mess. And just what do you think you are doing? The Eaglebots are just going to get in the way of the cannon fire. Breaker. But that's a dungeon. Scarecrow. I know it used to be a dungeon before, but what has Breaker? Then we just have to look for the dungeon core then. Scarecrow. The dungeon core. Breaker. That can work. Breaker was shocked by his mechanical core over Scarecrow's idea. True, even if it's Glavra's soul is moving it, even with all the modifications done to it, that thing is this essentially a dungeon. Break the core, and the whole thing would go down with it, divine or not. After all, a dungeon is a spawn of chaos, an ultimate god. They were a type of divine creature from the beginning. That's the whole reason why Glavras could pull out this stunt of his. No way breaking the core will not hurt the false god. Breaker was so lost in thoughts that it took him quite a while to convert that idea to the Black Baron when he opened a communication line to them. So much that he forgot to wonder how Scarecrow had come up with that idea, that he forgot about asking what that knocking sound by the hatch was, or to register that someone was hitching a hike with one of the Albabots towards Glavras. Garami's POV. This is more difficult than I expected it to be. And I didn't think that riding on a birdbot with just my threads would be easy either. On top of the bird-type machiners that I had the idiot program to follow my orders in secret, I looked down at Glavras. Big and ugly as heck. He looked like a snake/crocodile before, but due to haphazardly repairing his body on the go, he's starting to look more like a Shoggoth than anything else. Kinda regret picking these goggles from the reward from floor 7. That's how ugly he's become. What was these goggles' effect again? Not that they would be better than the Great Shield or full-plate armor. The herd of bird-based machiners started to pepper Glavras with their bullets while searching for the dungeon core, somewhere in his body. I mean, he needs something like a heart, since he has no believers or whatever that keeps a god running. It wasn't much in the beginning, but after a while, more machiners came out of the Black Baron's ship than from the one controlled by this assault character. Jumping over to that ship was the least of my problems, is what I first expected, but thanks to the gods, the real ones, that it was that idiot that opened the hatch. I think he was called Scarrow or something. Well, I had a plan even if it wasn't him who answered, so it was a fortunate miscalculation there. That they had something as handy as these birdbots is another thing I didn't expect, but I'm still happy that they had. My original plan was for them to charge in at Glavras when they found the core to crush it with concentrated fire, but using numbers to overwhelm him is even better. Also, the bullets they are using are made with some magic-disrupting metal alloy, which is further enhanced to beat Glavras specifically. That Baron sure knows how to hold a grudge. I simply told that Caro guy about how he could gain some cred with the Baron by telling him about the core. Then I helped him weaving together the idea of using smaller troops to search for it while saving the big cannons for the final blow. I even volunteered to help those guys with the final blow, giggle star. As if stopping a disaster is bound to give one heck of a reward. No way I'm giving that away. Also, I've been promised the long-sought-after clues to the core Kygel evolution if I crush this guy. This is weird. I was expecting that he would start protecting the place where the core is located once the bullet hell started, but he's doing nothing. Was my plan a flop? Or do Glavras even think that he needs to protect the core? He seems stupid, so it's possible he's not thinking about that. Got it. It's his head. The evidence is that he's aiming for the bird bots around and above his head only. Think about it, if you were a kaiju-class monster and tons of smaller pests flew around you, which one would you focus on first? Those above you that's difficult to catch, or the ones swarming right where your arms are? I for one would smack the easier ones first, then work on the more difficult ones, unless I had a good reason to take those guys out first. I told my birdbot to ask its friends to aim at the big guy's head in the hope of luring out the core. Soon after, the birdbots started to flock around Glavras' head, which freaked him out more than anything else in this fight. Since the big bad's too busy to notice me, I made my bird keep a distance which was enough for a magic sight, and there it is. The dungeon core is located where the brain should be, with tons of neural circuits attached to it. Or magic circuits. Let's go with the latter. I ordered the birdbot to get closer and twirled the barrel of the thaumaturgy revolver. All 6 Aura of Darkness bullets loaded in the barrel disappeared, for then being replaced with 5 new ones, with 4 of them also being consumed by the gun. Now the calamity bullets ready. This one should make more than a dent in that big buffoon's ego. Damn scrap metal. If that's the case dash. Glavras. Looks like he finally snapped. Glavras' body started to shrink at an incredible speed while the magic circuits around his mouth started to grow brighter and brighter. Oi, don't tell me dash. My fears turned out to be true, as Glavras let out a massive roar accompanied by a large burst of water aimed at the 3 flying ships. A dragon breath, no, a false god breath. The 3 ships and all the bird bots in between were flushed away by the fake breath. The bots had no chance of surviving, but it seems that the ships kept themselves in one piece. I think. The attack didn't have the turn-to-water property as Glavras' body, but they were flown so far away that I can't even see them anymore. Just how many kilometers away are they now? Still, that attack wasn't without any risks. Glavras' body has shrunken considerably, enough for him to be only 20 meters high now, way less than half of what he was in the beginning. And now, due to the lower water density, it is possible to see his weak spot located in his head. The core. Take the core. Garami. I shouted to the birdbots, who were in a daze after having seen their bosses been blown away. They weren't in a position where they had to follow my order, but it was enough for them to remember that their job was to take out Glavras. The birds started to shoot at Glavras again, but many of them are starting to go empty for bullets. The birds in that situation figured out that they had to bet their last bullet. They charged up the remaining ether in their bodies and did a kamikaze attack on Glavras, exploding just before they got transmuted into water. Glavras lost another 2 to 3 meters worth of body mass, but the birds are going down in numbers fast. I ordered the one I was riding to get us closer. Not caring about saving ammo, I fired the calamity bullet while using the dark bullet spell at the same time, joining the bot's barrage on the water serpent. You again. Glavras. Well, god or not, you would notice someone shooting at you no matter the stealth skills in use. I didn't give Glavras any more time to comment and fired with all the bullets and spells I had available. But even the calamity bullets can't crack the core. Some sort of barrier? Glavras changed the structure of his body to create more tentacles, and used them straight away to swat the birdbots out of the sky. I had mine take a good distance, no good. It was smacked down. Mayday, mayday. I jumped off the wrecked bot to a new one, but Glavras didn't take a break and chased after me. I escaped using the remaining birdbots as footholds while shooting all the bullets I had left in calamity state. Empty. No ammo. No. Alright, fine. Time to use secret weapon number 1. And number 2 as well. And number 3. As I ran on the birdbots, I continued to go higher and higher until I was above Glavras' head. All of the water tentacles were aimed at me, but who cares? I used the new skill I'd just obtained before my assault on Glavras. A purple-black magic circle appeared in my hand. It was more elaborate than those from darkness magic, but despite being a non-magic skill, and it consumed 100 MP in a single batch, even when counting my cost reduction abilities. In tandem, I used chaotic concurrence to triple the number of magic circles. Then came the nightmare. A large, python-like dragon made of darkness appeared from each magic circle and charged at Glavras. He tried to guard himself with his tentacles, but they were all eroded to nothing when they touched the dragons of darkness. The dragons, not disturbed the least by Glavras' guard, started to bite, tackle, and crash into the false god, eroding even more of his body at a pace that wouldn't lose to the barrage of the Black Baron ships. Mostly because Glavras had exhausted himself in driving off the mentioned mad scientist. But the dungeon core located in his cranium was still in one piece. A barrier or something covered the core, blocking the dragons from finishing their jobs. I, who was standing on a new birdbot after launching the dragons, took out the bottles of the weakening poison that we had used on the queen before and dropped them all onto Glavras. The contact with the water surface was all that was needed for the weakened bottles to crack, pouring their contents into the snake made of water. Glavras flinched when the content was mixed into his body, and the light of the barrier weakened, not by a lot but somewhat. Not caring about the elixir syndrome, I threw all the remaining poisons I had in my storage, sans for the hydra poison. I'm not planning on dying together with this guy. Glavras got busy with trying to purify all the poisons I had dropped into him while holding off the dragons at the same time. Both of them aren't gonna last long, I mean, the opponent is a god, rotten or not. But they've done their work. The barrier around the core is considerably weaker now. I took out the last secret weapon and used threads, thread control, shooting, and centrifugal force to throw it towards the dungeon core like a slingshot. The final piece in the puzzle, the death caliber of the Wild Hunt Lord, crashed into the barrier, crushed it, then struck the core, cracking it in two. World message. World quest, Glavras the disaster has been cleared. System message. Acquired title, Dungeon Raider. World quest, Glavras the disaster has been cleared. Emergency quest, Cut the knot has been cleared. Quest reward can be selected from the quest log. The system messages started like this while False God gave a silent scream, evoking a gust of wind came out of the destroyed dungeon core, or rather from the death caliber. Oi, don't start with a tornado all of a sudden. Stop that. Demons aren't supposed to flyyyyyy. Name, Garami. Race, Resetsu Ogre Lord. Gender, female. Level, 6. Karma value, -200, chaotic. Main class, Rogue LV.48. Subclass Spectromancer LV.12. Skills, 109. Titles, 21. Skill points, 17.4. HP, 210/210 MP, 296/296 SP, 218/218. STR, 196 VIT, 156 MAG, 179. Res, 228 SPD, 231 Dex, 266. Int, 120 Luke, 150. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV, max, HP auto recovery LV.18, mana increase LV.10 up 1. Reduced mana consumption LV.31 up 2, MP auto recovery LV.30 up 1, stamina increase, small, LV, max. Reduced stamina consumption LV, max up 1, strength increase LV.3, vitality increase LV.3. Magic increase, small, LV.25 up 2, resistance increase, small, LV, max, speed increase LV.3 new. Dexterity increase LV.4 new. Attack skills. Guard LV.42, parry LV.43, mana burst, darkness, LV.5 up 1. Glow bullet LV.5 up 1, gloom bullet LV.7 up 2, bite LV.22. Magic skills. Darkness magic LV.16, up 1, magic ability LV.14, Healing Magic LV.9. Summonkin LV.1, New, Create Undead LV.16, Necromantic Rite LV.3. Crafting Skills. Mixing LV.1, Create Trap LV.2. Active Skills. Aura of Darkness LV.16, Chaotic Concurrence LV.5, up 2, Heresy Modification LV.18. Blink LV.11 up 2, Energy Warfare LV.7 up 3, Sky Jump LV.8 up 4. Shooting LV.7 up 3, Sadistic Constitution LV, Max, Stealth LV.33 up 3. Silence LV.33 up 4, Odorless LV.28 up 2, Camouflage LV.31 up 1. Intimidation LV.42, Lightwalk LV, Max, Thread Control LV.39 up 3. Cutting Thread LV.20, Piercing Thread LV.20 up 1, Impact Thread LV.18 up 1. Spatial Storage LV.7. Passive Skills. Swordsmanship LV.6, Marksmanship LV.7 up 3, Whipsmanship LV.30 up 1. Threadsmanship LV.44 up 1, Armor LV.4, Close Quarters Combat LV, Max. Magic Power Operation LV.21 up 2, Aiming LV, Max, Evasion LV, Max. Acrobatics LV.7 up 3, Climbing LV.29 up 2, Pilfer LV.9. Surprise Attack LV.6 up 4, Battle Survivalist LV.2, Light Reinforcement LV.6 up 2. Darkness Reinforcement LV.27 up 4, Debuff Reinforcement LV.14, Gathering LV, Max. Riding LV.38 up 2, Footwork LV, Max, Lockpicking LV.10. Vital Point Knowledge LV.22 up 1, Thought Acceleration LV.19 up 3, Linguistics LV.17. Parallel Processing LV.14 up 4, Automapping LV.13, Language Adaptation. Resistance Skills. Water Resistance LV.29 up 1, Darkness Resistance LV.8, Poison Resistance LV.25. Heretic Resistance LV.20, Heretic Immunity LV.6, Paralyze Resistance LV.14. Sleep Resistance LV.43, up 1, Confusion Resistance LV.12, Fear Resistance LV, Max. Pain Resistance LV, Max. Sunlight Resistance LV.1. Perception Skills. Night Vision LV, Max. Intuition LV.8 up 3, Presence Perception LV.13 up 3. Trap Detection LV.1, Identification LV.42 up 1, Discern LV.39 up 1. Discover LV.22, Mind's Eye LV.6 up 3, Magic Sight LV, Max up 3. Leadership Skills. Leadership LV.32, Tactics LV.24 up 1, Tame LV.12 up 8. Control Undead LV.18, up 1, Royal Authority LV.2, Evil Royalty LV.1. Elements. Darkness Element LV.26 up 4. Monster Skills. Poison Bite LV.25, Paralyze Bite LV.12, Sleep Bite LV.14. Confusion Bite LV.10, Spider Lord's Thread LV.5, up 1, Shapeshift, Humanoid, LV.4. Golden Ratio LV.6, Grudge Evil Eye LV.6 up 1. Extra Skills. Zahak, Dragon of Darkness LV.1 New. Title List. Achievement Titles. Titan Killer, Vermin Bane, Darkness Technique User. Merciless, Pinch Breaker, Mystic Arts User. Army of One, Advanced Cruel Commander, Hero Killer. Rescuer, Mysterious Killer, New, Dungeon Raider, New. Hunting Titles. Dread Spirit Genocider, Monster Slayer, Beast Slayer. Arachnid Slayer, New. Status Titles. Asterisk 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 underscore asterisk asterisk underscore asterisk 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 Lord of Evil, True Chaos. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Too close, glad I was sent up to the mountain again. If I had landed on flat land, there would be scrambled Resetsu Orge Lord for breakfast for the local wildlife. I tried to climb up from the improvised safety net I had made by using the many large boulders here on this mountain, but I couldn't generate any strength. Not after that roller coaster trip without safety belts or the roller coaster car. The bird bots continued to rain down from the sky. They weren't as lucky as I was. Good thing that I was in the eye of that tornado, was still blown up in the air. I stopped my inner monologue due to witnessing something falling from the sky, straight towards me. Crash. Al almost didn't dodge in time. I waited for the dust to settle while picking off the remains of the safety web. Gay, the death caliber. It came back. What a good lad, not. I almost got killed by this thing. Don't tell me it's a cursed weapon dash. Let's get it into the storage where it can't do any harm. Gara me. Are you safe? Gust. And flying down from the mountain was Gust, who after seeing me shouted, "What are you waiting for? The water's coming." Water? I looked over the edge, WHAAAAT. Tons of water erupted where Glavras was the last time I saw him. Like, Niagara level amount of it. The water level's increasing at a breakneck pace. Is it the second coming of the Great Flood? I hurried up to where Gust was and looked down on the land. In the distance I can see that this place used to be a wasteland, no different than the outback in Australia. Nevertheless, the massive amount of water that came out of Glavras' corpse is flowing throughout the entire area so fast that I can't even imagine this place being dry land in the beginning. To think the Volantas region had ended up like this, Gust. Volantas? Garami. Yes, it seems we are in the Volantas region of the Invidia continent. It is better known as the Lake Sea region, due to it consisting of a single large lake with different types of islands and Volantas City, which is built on 5 artificial islands. Gust. A Lake Sea region. And it used to be a wasteland just a few seconds ago. Disasters are scary. Or is it the dungeon that's scary? Nah, must be Glavras. He had this freaking obsession in his eyes, be it the empty body or the kaiju god form his. Something I'm not eager to know about. Yeah, we'll call him a crazy snake and be done with this. Just as I decided to stop worrying about everything related to the water knot, just to be safe, Gus suddenly collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. Oi, I get that you're exhausted after all that's happened, but don't fall asleep here dash. I turned around and saw something that shouldn't be on a mountain. A dark, slimy globe was floating in the air. It must have used something to hide all this time, either with a skill, or maybe some item. But there's no sense of hostility, like with the other monsters I've faced. There's nothing strange with its stats or skills, except that the only battle-related one is make sleep. But it's controlled by someone. Test. Calling from Nibiru, here is Riachan with the latest message to a hard-working champion. Darkness globe. Correction, it is controlled by something unspeakably stupid. The goddess? Garami. I broke the silence that came due to the stupid introduction of the darkness globe. That's right. Everyone's favorite goddess of darkness, Alvatria, aka Riachan, is here to award her favorite champion for a good job done. Oh, and the bird was knocked out so he won't hear our conversation. I'm here incognito and all that. Alvatria. I was right. Seems like she's using the demonic spirit as some sort of communicator, not that I have any proof, but there are not many that know I'm a champion. The other side tried to sound as upbeat as possible, but their voice is lacking in any emotion. A voice machine could produce a voice with more emotions than this. For some reason, I understand that it's not the darkness globe that's the culprit. Maybe because I could turn into one before. In any case, this goddess gives me the creeps. Good joke, after throwing your favorite champion into a dungeon as an infant. Garami. Not that I had any other choice. The Grey Demon was supposed to be born in the area with the highest ether density to assure that you would retain all of your intellect. There was no way for even me to know that the place would be the dungeon that's caused Lasaki so much headache. The other three options would be born in the areas of this region where they are normally born. Alvatria. Ah, so it was my fault. Whoops. But that is not important right now. That last battle brought both great gains and losses to you, but those damn nitpicks still didn't allow me to congratulate you personally. Alvatria. Hey, goddess. You're more important than some king, of course, gains and losses. Or rather, I forgot about the system message before I was blown away. System message. Acquired title, Dungeon Raider. World quest, Glavras the disaster has been cleared. Emergency quest, Cut the knot has been cleared. Quest reward can be selected from the quest log. Acquired title, Slayer of the Ultimate. You have earned 5.0 skill points. Due to Champion of Alvatria, an additional 5.0 skill points were earned. Acquired title, Daredevil. Acquired skill, Fear Resistance LV.1. Fear Resistance LV.1 has been integrated into Fear Resistance LV Max. Acquired blessing, Proof of Lasaki. Acquired skill, Liquid Control LV.1. Oh. There's a lot, not. Where's my God Slayer title? I demand an awesome but a little chunny God Slayer title. Guess you saw. Alvatria. Lots of rewards are missing. Garami. Too bad. Glavras never turned into a real god. He was only manipulating a dungeon, an object that had obtained divinity through his machinations. That, and it would be troublesome if it came out that Glavras can be classified as a god and not a false one. But hey, you got the Dungeon Raider title despite the anti-world system that was around the guy, so be happy about that. Alvatria. How can I be happy for only this after all that work? Also, that just now was an order. Alvatria. As if I care. Then I'm forced to use the champion self-destruct button, it seems. Alvatria. I'm sorry, so don't push that. Why do you even have something like that? Garami. For fun. Alvatria. How's that funny? My life's on the line here. Wait, haven't this goddess answered my thoughts for a good while now? That's because I can read them, silly. Alvatria. I see. If even Gust can do that, it's logical that a god also being able to do so. Even better than him as well. You had to allow him to read the thoughts for the skill to work on them. Ah, complimenting me will get you somewhere, so keep it going. Alvatria. Isn't it the other way around? Self-destruct. Alvatria. I'm so sorry, Lady Alvatria. The most beautiful and wisest of all ultimate gods. Good, keep it coming. Alvatria. Damn, no way I'm getting more out of this one. Then, how about I answer some of your questions then? Alvatria. Seriously? That's it. As expected of my champion. Not even trying to hide your greed. But how many lifetimes do you think it takes for a god to answer the requests of mortals? Alvatria. Oh, so there's not just a single quest, wait. That wasn't my question. You already asked 2 of them from the beginning, so don't worry about it. Just ask away. The night's still young. Alvatria. Well, in that case, what's up with the low amount of skill points related to the disaster title? Stopping something that could destroy the world should give more than just 5 skill points. Quest rewards or not. Then making the reward, which is given to all participants no matter how much they contribute to the subjection, something so awesome that people, or even races, will go into their extinction to obtain, despite being less than gnats in front of the disaster. Alvatria. Fair point. Some idiots that never experienced the fear of death might do something like that. Even so, I agree that the fight against Glavras was more than we anticipated. That was nothing that Lisalki could think up with. That's why I'm answering your questions now. Alvatria. Just now. Nah, forget it. Then what about not getting any Godslayer title? Even if Glavras wasn't the one turned divine, was the fact that you didn't want to admit the birth of a new god the only reason why I didn't get the title? That, and because of the anti-world system effect I mentioned. It cancelled the process of the hunting titles, but we twisted the rules a little to give you the Dungeon Raider title. And if people get to know you can go against the system by using dungeons, there could be several new Waternauts popping up left and right. Alvatria. That would be annoying, all right. I can agree with that, and having such a title could spell trouble when I think about it. Glad you agree. Then, over to the last question. Alvatria. We're already finished. I never said I would answer many of them. So what is the final question? Alvatria. Was it you guys that created the disasters? Oh? Why do you think so? Alvatria. You mentioned something about this Lisalki person not being able to think of something like Glavras. In another view, it means that she should have come up with something that would act like the disaster of water. You also said having the disasters being connected to gods would be bad, but if you told the mortals that the disaster was a pagan god or something, that wouldn't be a problem at all. The reason why you don't do so is that there is a connection to the ultimate gods and the ultimate disasters, and that would be revealed if people started to look into it due to there being a connection between disasters and gods. Besides, a group of world-ending monsters appearing around the same time, representing an attribute of each basic attribute. That's too much of a coincidence for me to simply accept it. Alvatria. Kukuku. MWA ha 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 ha, laughed the goddess, completely without the apathy in her voice from before. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. To think that you would see that connection just from that. Is it because you're from another world? Or is it that this disaster being such a thought-provoker regarding the subject? Alvatria. A little of both, but your comments were the real reason. TCH, Lux is gonna complain again. But yeah, we ultimate gods were the ones who made some of the disasters, just to round them up. In addition to the water disaster, the Waternaut I think the real disasters also included the order disaster, the wind disaster, and the light disaster. Meaning the other 8 was fashioned as trials for humanity by that attribute's respective ultimate god. Alvatria. Then the darkness attribute disaster is my creation. Alvatria. I knew it. Isn't that worse than any natural variant possible? I've just met this goddess, but I'm confident in this statement. Ah, you're making me blush. But it's time soon, so how about we go over the rewards you've won? Alvatria. A snapping sound came from the darkness globe, and 2 chests appeared from nowhere. First, we have the Triana replica, and the Ring of John Doe for completing the Cut the Knot emergency quest, along with the information about the Korkygel race I promised. Clear your ears and listen closely, because I won't be saying this more than one time. Alvatria. Wait a sec. Can't you just write it on some paper? Nope. First off, you need the essence of heresy. I'll add the location of it in this region to your mental map as service. Then you need a total of 50 skill levels with heretic attribute skills, an advanced tier scout class as your main class, and the Blacklight technique user title. Alvatria. Black light, what's that? That's your homework, so I won't be telling. Alvatria. Oi. And for the reward of clearing Glavras is the emblem of water, which is the usual reward for crushing a disaster, a dungeon core, since the disaster was a dungeon, and as a special reward, something you're in dire need right now. Alvatria. Something I'm in dire need of. Oh, and before I forget, remember those skills you got in exchange for being my champion. Alvatria. Those? They were the aura, various darkness attribute-related ones, then the debuff power-up, and identification and language adaptation. Those two last ones are fake. Alvatria. But they've worked perfectly, maybe not. I'm unsure about language adaptation. No, not in that meaning. I was talking about that you got those two from a different source. Remember those grayed out titles? They are the Champion of Alvatria - Migrant - and Reincarnator titles. Alvatria. I can see the first and the last one, but Migrant. To say it simply, it's the title all other worlders get when they arrive on Terra Sol. And the skills that come with that title are identification and language adaptation. Alvatria. Oh, then why did you say they were part of the champion deal? Champions all get an element - reinforcement - and resistance skill related to the attribute of their ultimate god. Then they get a skill that the other champions will obtain due to the other ultimate god's proof blessing, which is also a skill unique to the champions only. Alvatria. Then the other champions may also have Aura of Darkness. Hey, what about the Order and Chaos champions? They got extra skills to replace the first three and the fifth skill. Alvatria. TCH, damn cheaters. The fifth skill is a support skill to enhance the traits of that attribute. Like a healing reinforcement for the life champion. Finally, the sixth skill is something to represent the champion themselves. But at that time Alvatria. Right. I was technically not born back then. Therefore, I decided to wait until you build yourself an actual identity before adding the last skill. Alvatria. You little, then why didn't you say so at the beginning? Why throw away the chance of getting more praise? Alvatria. Yeah, as if you would praise someone that throws you into a dungeon when you're born. Lux was damn nasty when he noticed it. And you can just kill this one here for the EXP. You've been denied that pleasure for too long lately. Alvatria. You don't have to remind me of that. Dot. Alvatria. Wait, what about that black light? She's gone. Damn it. / System message. Level has increased. Reached LV.7. You have earned a total of 0.3 skill points. Due to Champion of Alvatria, an additional 0.3 skill points were earned. That's something, at least. But I'm not going to rely on that goddess the first. And here comes the sunrise. What a beautiful way to start my life outside the dungeon, HM. Hot. Hot, hot, hot. The sun's too hot. I'm being scorched. Retreat. Asterisk Yunan star. When did I fall asleep? Garami? Why are you crouching inside the cave? Gust. Sniff, the sun should just explode. That's it. I'm going to create a place I can call home without the intrusion of that bastard. Just you wait. Land. Beautiful land. The solid land right before daybreak is wonderful. This Garami, reincarnated human-turned-demon plus champion of one of this world's possible worst gods ever, have never been so glad to have you underneath my feet, O solid land. After defeating the Waterknot of Glaver's dungeon, which doubled as a world threat dubbed Disaster, and my birthplace, I was thrown to the top of a mountain while watching as the wasteland that made up the Volantas region and returned it to its proper state as the Sea Lake region, Volantas. But that dungeon, to store more water than there is in Lake Victoria, that's scary. Dungeons are too awesome. And I have a dungeon core that can build such a thing with my name on it, wonder how much I can get if I auction it. After dismissing the greater skeleton fish, which is just the skeleton of a big fish, I stuffed the rowboat that I was given as an extra reward because I was in dire need of. I'm not disagreeing here, I don't want to swim all the way. Hey, shouldn't we go straight to the city of Volantas when we first had the chance? Gust. Gust, my partner who I joined up with during my battle against the dungeon, looked up to me while saying so. Yes, saying so. With his own voice. He's graduated from being a wisdom raven who could only speak through telepathy. Name, Gust. Race, Raven Goblin gender, male. Level, 1. Karma value, 14. Skills, 9. Titles, 2. Skill points, 2.1. HP, 45 45ths MP, 60 60ths SP, 40 40ths. STR, 31 Vit, 26 Mag, 65. Res, 35 SPD, 45 Dex, 33. Int, 113 Luke, 103. Skill list. Ability skills. Strength increase, small, LV.1 new. Vitality increase, small, LV.1 new. Magic skills. Wind magic LV.2 new. Magic ability LV.3 new. Active skills. Telepathy LV.28 up 12. Passive skills. Magic power operation LV.3 new. Hiding LV.5 new. Covert movement LV.3 new. Linguistics LV.13 new. Memory LV max. Perception skills. Magic power perception LV.11 new. Identification LV max up 4. Discern LV.46 up 5. Monster skills. High speed flight LV.3 evolved. Title list. Achievement titles. Giant killer. Status titles. Disciple of the sage. The Raven Goblin looked up at me while wearing some Japanese-looking clothes. You know, like what a Karasatengu would wear. Seems that when someone evolves into certain species, they're rewarded with some sort of item. He even got wind magic for free with that evolution. That's cheating. Speaking of cheating, that goddess tried to take the honor for something that she wasn't responsible for again, didn't she? Ah, that's not important right now. I have to answer his question. Undeads are worse with the sun than me. Need to wait. Garami. That's true, and those desert fish monsters are more active during the day than the night as well, Gust. Like the bird says, this lake's populated with a type of walking fish monsters that can walk on land or even survive in the worst of deserts, while still keeping their abilities as a fish intact. That's how they survived the sudden flood that was created when all the water in the dungeon, after digging themselves underground to escape the worst of the water pressure. Then there is that sun rays are so horrible for my albino skin that my HP actually goes down. So I had to use most of the first day, and the second one too, to endure those doomsday rays until my sunlight resistance skill reached a level where my auto-recovery abilities could outdo the damage. Unreal. Not to forget that I had to fish after something for me and Gus to eat during those days, which helped us get an idea of the behavior of these desert tunas. Huh? The name sounds stupid. Shut up. I was the one who gave them that name. I did so when I designed them before getting reincarnated. In fact, that's the sole reason I got a new chance in life. But those fishes give way more EXP than the dungeon monsters do. Thanks to that, my level's gone up several times already thanks to my fishing spree. They also give more materials than them when I convert their corpses with my necromancy-like skill. Necromantic rite. Maybe the dungeon itself reduced the EXP and disturbed the rite. As for my current stats, there's something like this. Name, Garami. Race, Resetsu Ogre Lord. Gender, female. Level, 10. Karma value, -200, chaotic. Main class, Rogue LV.49. Subclass Spectromancer LV.13. Skills, 115. Titles, 24. Skill points, 17.0. HP, 222/222 MP, 330/330 SP, 230/230. STR, 208 Vit, 168 Mag, 203. Res, 244 SPD, 255 Dex, 290. Int, 120 Luke, 150. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV, max HP auto recovery LV.21 up 3, mana increase LV.11 up 1. Reduced mana consumption LV.34 up 3, MP auto recovery LV.32 up 2, stamina increase, small, LV, max. Minimize stamina consumption LV.1, evolved 1, strength increase LV.3, vitality increase LV.3. Magic increase, small, LV.29 up 4, resistance increase, small, LV, max, speed increase LV.3. Dexterity increase LV.4. Attack skills. Guard LV.43 up 1, parry LV.43, mana burst, darkness, LV.7 up 2. Glow bullet LV.10 up 5, gloom bullet LV.8 up 1, bite LV.23 up 1. Magic skills. Light magic LV.2, new 2, darkness magic LV.18, up 2, magic ability LV.17 up 3. Healing magic LV.11 up 2, summon kin LV.1, create undead LV.17 up 1. Necromantic rite LV.4 up 1. Crafting skills. Mixing LV.1, create trap LV.2. Active skills. Liquid control LV.1, new, aura of darkness LV.17, up 1, chaotic concurrence LV.7 up 2. Heresy modification LV.19, up 1, evil lords aura LV.3, new 3, blink LV.11. Energy warfare LV.9, up 2, sky jump LV.8, shooting LV.8 up 1. Sadistic constitution LV, max, stealth LV.33, silence LV.33. Odorless LV.28, camouflage LV.31, lightwalk LV, max. Thread control LV.41 up 2, cutting thread LV.22 up 2, piercing thread LV.22 up 2. Impact thread LV.20 up 2, spatial storage LV.7. Passive skills. Swordsmanship LV.10 up 4, marksmanship LV.8 up 1, whipsmanship LV.31 up 1. Threadsmanship LV.46 up 2, armor LV.6 up 2, close quarters combat LV, max. Magic power operation LV.25 up 4, aiming LV, max, evasion LV, max. Acrobatics LV.7, climbing LV.29, pilfer LV.9. Surprise attack LV.6, battle survivalist LV.2, light reinforcement LV.9 up 3. Darkness reinforcement LV.29, up 2, debuff reinforcement LV.15, up 1, gathering LV, max. Riding LV.39, up 1, footwork LV, max, lockpicking LV.10. Fishing LV.12, new 4, dismantling LV.5, new 5, vital point knowledge LV.24 up 2. Thought acceleration LV.21 up 2, linguistics LV.18, up 1, parallel processing LV.18 up 4. Automapping LV.15, up 2, language adaptation. Resistance skills. Water resistance LV.30 up 1, darkness resistance LV.9 up 1, poison resistance LV.25. Heretic resistance LV.20, heretic immunity LV.6, paralyze resistance LV.15 up 1. Sleep resistance LV.47 up 4, confusion resistance LV.13 up 1, fear resistance LV, max. Pain resistance LV, max, sunlight resistance LV.12 up 11. Perception skills. Night vision LV, max, intuition LV.10 up 2, presence perception LV.15 up 2. Trap detection LV.1, identification LV.43 up 1, discern LV.40 up 1. Identification blocking LV.4, new 6, fake identity LV.2, new 7, discover LV.24 up 2. Mind's eye LV.8 up 2. Magic sight LV, max. Leadership skills. Leadership LV.33 up 1, tactics LV.24, tame LV.12. Control Undead LV.18, Royal Authority LV.2, Evil Royalty LV.1. Elements: Lesser Light Element LV.2, New 8, Darkness Element LV.28 up 1. Monster Skills: Poison Bite LV.25, Paralyze Bite LV.13, up 1, Sleep Bite LV.15 up 1. Confusion Bite LV.11 up 1, Spider Lord's Thread LV.8 up 3, Shapeshift, Humanoid, LV.6 up 2. Golden Ratio LV.6, Grudge Evil Eye LV.6. Extra Skills: Zahak, Dragon of Darkness LV.1. Title List. Achievement Titles: Titan Killer, Vermin Bane, Darkness Technique User. Merciless, Pinch Breaker, Mystic Arts User. Army of One, Cruel Commander, Hero Killer. Rescuer, Mysterious Killer, Dungeon Raider. Daredevil New, Light Technique User New. Hunting Titles: Dread Spirit Genocider, Monster Slayer, Beast Slayer. Arachnid Slayer. Status Titles: Champion of Alvatria, Migrant, Reincarnator. Lord of Evil, True Chaos, Slayer of the Ultimate New. I had much free time, while waiting for sunlight resistance and more skill points. Blame the status of being a champion and not me. And I finally got Light Technique User. Just gotta figure out what relationship it has with that blacklight thing. Back to the point, since of sunlight resistance increased to a high enough level, it was possible to leave the mountain we were secluded on without risking me drying up to a husk because of a lack of roofs. But even so, we could only travel during the night, when the tunas were sleeping, and because the undead we used to pull the boat would have died if it was exposed to the sun. Yup, that's right. Undeads can't handle the sun. It's part of their low undead trait, which is shared by the undead and high undead traits as well. Therefore, we're taking a break on this island before going to the city when it turns to night again. No problem at all. Except for this place is the forefather to all haunted houses in the world. Or better said, to all haunted castle towns. I and Gust walked on the shore of the island, making sure to stay as far away from the castle wall. That was the only thing hindering us from looking into the second worst haunted area on the continent, according to Gust. And therefore, the Chateau de Gloire was cursed for generations, turning into the haunted castle of Volantes. Gust. BRR, nobles can be damn scary. Lesson learned. I took another look at the former castle town, which now sends more shivers down my spine. But this place would be a great hunting ground for you, won't it? Gust. If there are as many undeads as he says there are, then yes. What's that, a skeleton? In the middle of the day. And it's coming right at us. The humanoid skeleton waved its bone club at me, but I simply sidestepped it and hit its neck with my dagger, dismantling the head from its body. The critical damage and beheading were enough to insta-kill the undead just like that. I identified it, and it seems to be a lesser skeleton. A rank G undead. Figures. Oi. This is different from what you said. Wasn't undead supposed to turn to ashes when they were hit by the sun? Gust. I'm the one that's raging here. When I identified this guy, I saw that it had the Daywalker skill, which is the result of his sunlight resistance reaching its highest level. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Oh well, if my luck's good, then converting this could give my undeads the same skill, maybe. Necromantic Rite, have acquired plans for the following undeads. Lesser Skeleton, Lesser Zombie, Skeleton, Zombie. Necromantic Rite acquired 3 material. Oh. 4 blueprints in one go. And I got more materials than the tuna that's fleshier than the lesser skeleton. Is it because it's already undead, so there are fewer usable parts that are lost during the conversion? It sure brings down the nail that the dungeon hampered with the conversion. But a Daywalker's still just a dream. Just my luck. Class customization is now available for a Necromantic Rite. The Rogue class is now available with class customization. The Spectromancer class is now available with class customization. But it seems something interesting popped up now. Did that happen because I got the humanoid undeads? Skeletons with classes, such as Skeleton Swordsman, is the E-rank version of the regular variant after all. I showed Gus the newest information and asked if he knew if I could obtain more classes for my undeads without having to obtain them myself. Then just convert a corpse of someone with that class. Gust. Dash. That's ingenious. Why didn't I think of that myself? But someone with a class, let's limit that to the E-rank undeads. I'm not gonna go homicidal just because I wanna strengthen my undeads. But thinking about how much materials I would need for those E-rank class undeads. Yeah, let's conquer this place when I got the time. A real-life haunted house, I bet it's filled to the limit with undeads. But first, town. And a warm meal. And a bed. Asterisk baboom. Asterisk. Wait, that wasn't me. Hey, something is going on over there. Gust. Ah, over there. Think I can reach it within a minute, hey. I grabbed the bird by his neck as he was preparing his escape. Where are you going? Garami. Away from there. It's bound to be something bad over there, I can feel it in my feathers. Gust. Then all the more reason to go there. Garami. Why? Gust. If it's that bad, we need more info about it so we can get away safely. Garami. Aw, damn it. Fine, but we're getting out of here if it's too dangerous. Gust. And with that, we went to the area where the pillar of dust had risen from. What's going on? Garami. No clue. Gust. A group made of black uniformed men and women were facing someone clad in dark robes, and waving a knife around with a slasher smile, throwing magic spells left and right. Is that knife doubling as a wand? It seems like the guy that looks like a cross between a corrupt priest and Jack the Ripper is winning the fight. Oh well, not my problem. Humans should figure out their own, yikes. That sounded way too arrogant. Where did my human heart go to? It's not wrong that I've got no reason to enter this strife anyway. Better do as Gus suggested before and sneak away. Is that darkness magic? That Ripper priest is using darkness magic on a large scale to drive back the black-clothed group. It's impressive how he's firing such a stupidly large amount of dark bullets. But it's crappy. The magic formula's filled with mistakes. They're made so sloppy that a 2-year-old brat could do better. Is it the payment for using so many at the same? MWA ha 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 ha. Fear the awesome talent of this Reinhard Everwand. Let me show you the depths of the dark arts. Ripper priest. Wait, what's he saying? Ah, it seems he's one of those guys that think they're masters with magic just by having a talent related to a specific, closed-off field. In his case, it's parallel activation of several spells. Gust. That's it. He calls something that the depths of the dark arts. Probably due to that, he's only worked enough to barely be able to use low-level spells. The result is that he can rapid-fire low-quality, low-ranking spells en masse, but he's probably never going to learn the stronger spells, nor improve those he has. Tons of guys like him tried to enter the library tower's magic school, but none of them ever lasted a week. Gust. I could guess that. If I was one of the teachers there, I would have sent them back home after re-educate them thoroughly about magic. Yes, I'm the one who works a lot when nobody's looking. Got a problem with that? Ha 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 ha. Scram, ants, scram. And if you survive, make sure to tell that bitch that she should have never doubted my awesome power. Ripper priest. Asterisk irk asterisk. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. He's only good with spamming attacks. There's no real skill in that. Wahahaha. MWA ha ha. Ripper priest. Irk, irk, irk. Bow down for me, the only one worthy of being called the Master of Darkness, no, the Champion of Darkness. Ripper priest. Snap. Ah, he's dead, Gust. I ignored Gust and used the sandbanks to sneak behind the soon-dead Ripper Priest. Once I found a good position, the idiot's too busy singing his own praises, I attached the dagger to the thread, started to swing it around like a sling, and then shooting. Swish, stab. System message. Level has increased. Reached LV point 11. You have earned 0.3 skill points. Due to Champion of Alvatria, an additional 0.3 skill points earned. I knew it. Just some idiot with no brains. But this is bad. The black uniformed group just stared emptily at the scene, where I crushed that baboon's heart with a single sling dagger strike, but now they're cheering as if the queen visited. This is gonna end up like with the Sahuagins, right? Me getting swarmed by people, right? Can't I get to live as a recluse in peace? Really? I can't. Sniff. The evil organization, Niquisha. Or better known to the public as the personal army of the Belial House, led by the Baroness of the House, Phylon Niquisha Belial. The organization is made up of the Baroness herself as the top, supported by her right-hand man, Blot Berlock. Under him again is the 10 generals, each representing one of the 12 main attributes, with the lady herself representing chaos, and Blot being order. Each general commands one of the 11 different branches of Niquisha, except for commands, lead by Blot. The different branches each have their own missions, either working independently or cooperates with the other branches, but their goal, in the end, is always for one purpose. World conquest. To do that, Niquisha is crushing any opposing evil organizations, capturing any land that is possible to develop with the least damage done to the populace, since they are going to be part of the organization, after all, then develop the captured land to make it 300% more profitable. Wait a sec, is that what an evil organization is supposed to do? We're not harming anyone, and our very own Blot's talents with economics are so great that people join us on their own to get a share of the goods. And the only opposing forces we've taken out have been several mafia gangs like the Bellows gang. Summarized by combatant Alfred Loxley, aka Alf, aka me. The day after that great wave crashed into the region, bring the water back to the Lake Sea, while I was slacking, was working very efficiently with my work of infiltrating the community of Volantis City. I was ordered back to the temporary hideout we had made in the city. After entering, I noticed that many of the combatants had gathered here as well, including the veteran combatant that has been with the organization since the day it was founded. Hey, fallen angel. How's it going? Alf. Stop calling me that. I have a great name that is Noir, but a blockhead like you must have forgotten that already. You are forgiven. Noir. This show-off is called Noir, one of the celestial species known as a flugel. They are the starting point for the angel-type celestials, and are pretty much humans with wings at their hips. Some have them on their shoulder blades, and some again even have a halo. Noir's got no halo, her wings are at her hips, and are silver and purple-colored. It fits her silver hair and purple eyes. Added with the black Niquisha combatant uniform, and you have an angel of evil ready for villainy. But her personality, it's in the dumps. Noir's a glory hound to a fault. It's mostly due to that she has never graduated from being a combatant to at least a squad leader. I only joined the organization just a few months ago, and I'm already outranking her. Who had thought that my attempts of skipping the farm job by saying I was training to become an adventurer would lead to such a result? Including Noir and the other combatants were also Armvale, a master dwarf that, despite his shaggy appearance, is one of the 10 generals of Niquisha. The one of the logistic division, represented by the metal attribute. His assistant, Shula, is also here. She's the only girl that doesn't slap my face when I try to hit on her, the other members of the logistic group is doing it in her place. She should choose her friends a little better, seriously. Glad you're all happy seeing each other, but focus. The ladies personally gonna introduce your next mission. Armvale. Crap, the top brass herself. All the combatants, Noir included, straightened up in response to that news. After a little while, the MV1 started to light up, revealing a woman in her early 20s. But with her being a demon, her age and appearance can be a little off. And therefore go and crush that idiot. Phylon. See? Would someone over 20 lose their temper like that? And good on you guys. You managed to keep yourself straight the whole time. Sir, mind translating the mission contents? Noir. Noir, used to Lady Phylon's outbursts due to her long experience with her, talked to the other person shown on the screen, a man dressed sharply in a black suit and glasses. In other words, Lady Phylon wants you to hunt down the previous candidate to becoming the General of the Darkness Division, Reinhard. He harbored resentment ever since we refused his promotion due to his lack of battle prowess and his personality. Blot. So said Blot Burlock, our organization's brains to couple with the lady's brawn. I get where he's going with that. That Rain what's his name is a jerkass of the jerkasses. And even if he's got enough magic skills to bombard a lesser dragon to death, in hindsight, that's all he can do. No leader material there. He was sent with a squadron to investigate the haunted castle of Volantis, but the recent flooding of Volantis made him believe that we had sent him there so he would be assassinated by the flood. He and his squadron was safe due to the gods teleporting any intelligent life to the closest land above the waterline, but that only made him believe the gods had chosen him or something. The final report from his squadron before he killed them is a little confusing, Blot. No, I think that's simply the situation that's at fault, not the report. No, that Rain what's his name's fault. But to think that idiot was this close. I and the other combatants from the Earth Division are here to support Armvale and his group in their infiltration mission to take over Volantis City's economy, so it's kinda shocking that I wasn't told about this. And can someone stop Noirs? We told you, but you didn't listen, look. Anyway. That scum has turned to something less than a villain, and is now just a simple crook. Go out and warm him up for me. Phylon. Translated, engage Reinhard in battle before he can leave the island of the haunted castle. You do not need to defeat him, just keep him busy enough so the two of us finds a time to teleport to there. Remember to activate the location beacon when you start the fight. That's all. Blot. 1 day later. Asterisk baboom. Asterisk. That's all my ass. Who said this guy could only use half-assed magic spells? Alf. It is half-assed, but his talents in multicasting allowed him to create several dark mines before we could attack. Noir. So he stacked several of them underground to enhance the blast. That's cheating. I ran for cover as the madman started to wave his magic catalyst shaped like a dagger. Tons of darkness spells landed where I had been just a few seconds ago. Oi, how are we supposed to keep that guy busy without dying? Alf. I will heal you if you get hit, so simply provoke him while dodging the worst shots. Just don't die in a single hit. I cannot use resurrection. Noir. Who's counting on you knowing such a miracle magic anyway? None of the combatants can get closer to Rain what's his name due to the constant barrage of those balls made of darkness. And those that have long-range moves gets blocked by the many layers of those shield magics he keeps on spamming. Oi, won't he run out of MP soon? Alf. Not by a long shot. I heard that his MP management skills are the real threat regarding that bloke. Both cost reduction and auto-regeneration. And also, I think there was something about mana steal. Noir. That's bad news to the max. It's a little late, but I've finally figured out the reason this guy was even remotely possible of being a general candidate. While the lady's pretty fixed on the generals fitting their attribute theme, she's not the type to simply assign anyone that fits the bill. That's the reason why only half of the general positions are taken already. The firefight continued for a little while, with that bastard seeing to not run out of MP. MWA ha 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 ha. Fear the awesome talent of this Reinhard Everwand. Let me show you the depths of the dark arts. Reinhard. Rain what's his name is getting too cocky there. Hey, do we really not have a plan here? What is taking Phylon so long? Noir. How should I know? Alf. Arg, the weight is killing me so much that I lashed out at her. She's got a point though. What's taking them so long? Ha 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 ha. Scram, ants, scram. And if you survive, make sure to tell that bitch that she should have never doubted my awesome power. Reinhard. A collective aura of anger emerges from the combatants, including me. When I get my hands on that bastard. Wahahaha. MWA ha ha. Bow down for me, the only one worthy of being called the Master of Darkness, no, the Champion of Darkness. Reinhard. What, he's a follower of Alvatria. Only idiots or those with a death wish does that. Ironically, Rain what's his name's boasting was just what I, and the others, needed to calm our heads. We just need to keep on holding out. Swish, stab. Huh. I don't know who said that. Maybe it was all of us. Anyhow, a dagger suddenly burst out of Rain what's his name's chest, along with a fountain of blood. Rain what's his name collapsed in a pool of his own blood, with surprise and confusion all over his face. None of us could fathom what had just happened. I get that he was struck in the back where his shields didn't reach, a move we had tried to do by circling around the guy to no luck all this time, but who did it? Over there. Noir. I looked at where Noir pointed, where the thread that was bound to the dagger was coming from, and saw a suspicious individual. They were dressed in a brown cloak despite the scorching heat from the sun, hiding their face with the hood of the cloak. Seeing that she packed away the dagger she'd used to kill Rain what's his name, the guys around us started to cheer on the suspicious newcomer. Hey, is this all right? Noir. An enemy of your enemy is an ally, is not always true, but it seems all right this time. Alf. Just as we took a breather, the cloaked guy looked like they were squinting to look at something behind us, which turned out to be the teleport spell that Blot specializes in. About damn time. Sorry, but the fight's over. Immalatalate Buthir I am. Dark Heretic Rock'n'Roller. Phylon. Just as she exited the teleport spell, our commander and master in Dark Heretic magic, Phylon, threw her signature unique spell, which is essentially a rolling boulder made of magic at the cloaked guy. OOII. L Lady Phylon. That person helped us dash, Noir. Garami. Ha! Phylon. A black goblin birdkin came out from behind one of the dines and ran flight up to the person. An ally. Garami? Not Rain. Phylon. Boss. That guy already finished off that spell spam bastard. Alf. What? That wasn't him. I could swear I smelled something murky over there, Phylon. That is why I always tell you to look before you shoot. Everyone, help that person already. Letting someone that helped Niquisha to die will be a shame worse than 1,000 deaths, and your salaries. Blot. Why you don't have to drag my salary into this? Urged by the vice leader's threat, we all went to where the cloaked guy had collapsed after being rolled over by Phylon's spell. Oi, he's already dead. Wait, these are tattoos. I was afraid that Phylon had squished her to the point of blood flowing out of her eyes. I'll refrain from telling her that I mistook her for a mun. Yup, let's forget about that mistake. What am I talking about? Not important. Ignoring the strange feeling of forgetfulness, I sprayed the heal potion's contents onto her while Noir used her healing spells. Knowing the vice leader's personality, he's probably going to scout this girl. She did take out Rain what's his name. He's got an eye for talents. I mean, he managed to find me, the great Alfred, so a girl of this lowly level, Why did I get a shiver right there? Ugh, did someone catch the license plate on that meteorite just now? I think it was something like that. Or rather, if that was what I think it was, which is a darkness/heretic magic spell, then we have a problem. It completely ignored all my resistances, and it was so fast that even thought acceleration could prepare me for the impact. What the heck? Also, where am I? A tent. I was laying on a portable bed that's standing on a sandbank, so it must be the same shore I was blasted on. Good morning. Or rather, good evening. It seems that you are fine now. Who's that? A human. A nicely dressed one with glasses that screams, "I'm the smart one," is sitting by a folding table inside the big tent, but still a human, right? I'm not sure, for despite him looking like a human from any possible angle, he emits some sort of aura. I couldn't even sense his presence. Maybe he's an evolved human. Oh, gotta answer him. Human. Asterisk sweat asterisk. Human. I can't. Come on, don't chicken out like that, me. It's just a four eyes in a suit. Just calm down, deep breathes, huff, huff, not helping. Wait, just imagine him being Gust. Not possible. I can't imagine this guy being on a level of someone that's on a level of a vegetable. I understand that you do not want to talk after the treatment Phylan gave you, but at least, allow me to apologize. Human. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. The last one's not prime. Ha, Phylan. Did this for I think I was quiet because I was angry. Let's go with that. I urged him to continue with a nod. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Blot Burlock, vice leader of the Beliar Private Army and servant of Phylan Belial. The person that you killed earlier today was one of my subordinates, who had rebelled due to various circumstances. Oh, and thank you for saving our personnel at that time. Blot. Personnel. Oh, those black clothes. So that was getting rid of a rebel faction. No, it didn't feel like that. The amateur dark mage's personality is giving me the impression of him being in the wrong. Our men were sent out to detain, or at worst, slay Reinhard Everwand, the person you killed. Reinhard has the power above a D-rank adventurer, maybe even a C-rank in the right conditions, so the plan was for me to come and assist them alongside Lady Phylan, who has enough power to support, as you have noticed. Blot. Noticed is just the half of it. We were unfortunately hindered to arrive the moment our troops gave us the signal, due to we having a problem related to freeing some enslaved growth chimeras. Blot. Chimeras. Like, was they used as lions in some coliseum? Therefore, our gratitude for your help is reaching a point where we cannot express it, but anyway, thank you so much for saving our men. Blot. Gosh, don't compliment me. Our lady herself wanted to thank you in person, but unfortunately, her timetable is fully packed to the point that she could not wait for you to recover. Blot. Fine by me. I think I'm gonna be too scared to meet someone that can one-hit me. Shiver, shiver, shiver. I am currently the only one left, with your feathery friend outside watching the undead repelling barrier for us. Blot. Some good news. Or I think that I can't take on this guy even if things went south. His authority notwithstanding, I'm getting the feeling that he's good in a fight to boot. Magic sight tells me he's a practitioner of something wacky, but I don't know exactly what. Identification. After the incident with Glavra's body. No way. I'm more careful of what I'm identifying from now on. And someone that's the assistant of some lady. They've got to have tons of skills related to identification. We have already had a little talk with your bird friend regarding your situation. Blot. Ah, they did that. Glad we talked about a situation like this, as in when someone asks me or Gust where we came from and why we're in this place, during the time I needed to grind sunlight resistance levels. The story we cooked up is that Gust had been kidnapped by some strange guy once, and I, who had lived most of my life in the wild, agreed to help him back to civilization, but when the two of us entered the region, we were trapped on a small island due to the sudden tsunami, but we managed to get this far thanks to the necromancy I had learned as a child and the corpses of some tunas that had been washed ashore. It's not a lie. We're just not mentioning any dungeons or false gods here. To complement the story, I had used the Ring of John due to disguise my stats to make me look weaker, but still being rogue/spectromancer classed. The ring's practically a high-leveled, fake identity item. As an afterthought, the ring's effect counts as proficiency for the two new status concealment skills of mine. And with the effects of the ring being so high, so is the proficiency. Therefore, I have a suggestion. How about the two of you joining our army? We have always room for someone with enough guts to withstand Lady Phylan's original magic, not to mention a former student of the Grand Library Tower. Blot. It came down to this then. The fact that I withstood the spell withstanding, they wouldn't let Gust, someone with connections with that library place, go without trying to milk some favors. Thinking about it, my fake status screen shouldn't mention anything that would let me survive that magic meteorite. Don't tell me that my cover's busted. But that's not my fault, you know. No one could foresee that a magical, interstellar phenomenon would just teleport straight into one's face. Of course, we are not planning to place the two of you in harm's way. Personally, I want Gust as a temporarily assistant regarding paperwork, while your job will be to teach Blot. No, Garami. The troops. Wait, what did you just say? Blot. Oops, I said that out loud. The Four Eyes looked disturbed by my first spoken words being a refusal, but I can't stop now. Trying to change the situation will require even more talking, and I'm on my limits here. I said, no, Garami. I mean, simply teaching stuff wouldn't be too bad, but the students won't be obedient Sahuagins, but demons. I think so, going after the lady's last name. And I swore never to do something like that again after the Sahuagins. Teaching, or rather interacting with any non-animals, especially strangers, is impossible for me. Also, teaching would lead to me being a champion being busted. Like, having to work in parties as a result of teaching will bust me the moment one of the students gets a level up. And even if I refuse so, they're gonna catch on sooner or later. Besides, they're an army. It's important, so I said it twice. Think about it, would an army give up the chance to obtain someone that can double the skill points they obtain? Rather, would they even treat me as a human being as long as they could exploit the champion cheat? Those black uniforms of those soldiers from before also give me bad vibes. They looked like combatants from some Sentai Ranger show. Definitely not the type you wanna hang out with. May I ask why? Blot. And here comes the question I can't answer truthfully about. Wait, or can I? Bad with strangers. Also don't like obligations. Garami. I see. But what about Mr. Gust? Blot. Pft, Mr. I'm gonna fix that. Garami. But his home lies on a celestial continent. You need quite the amount of money to buy an airship ticket to reach it. Blot. Celestial continents. Bigas rocks on the size of, you guessed it, continents, which is practically an enlarged version of Lap ****. They float over the oceans while avoiding the continents on the ground, but they all close in on one of the land-based versions at certain times. But as they're in the sky, you need an airplane or something similar to get up there. Have a plan. No problem. Garami. Blot doesn't look convinced, but I have a plan. Really? Or it's just that I was thinking about becoming an adventurer and earn tons of gold with my skills. At worst, I can sell the hydra poisons or the better medicines I have left on the black market. If that is your wish, then I will not pressure you. This was supposed to be a reward after all. Blot. Yay. Hip hurrah for the sensible guy. You've earned your right to wear those glasses. In that case, allow me to pay you monetarily. Is 10,000 sol enough? Asked Blot, producing a big sack filled with coins. Is that much, or is it not? Damn, I forgot to ask Gust about the value of money in this world. You can decide. Garami. Then we have a deal. Also take this as well, said Blot, handing over some sort of metal. Looks demonic. This is the emblem of the Belial house. Show this to a smith named Armvale in town. It will give you some discount on merchandise from his shop. Blot. Why? Garami. He used to serve my lady's house before going independent. Just tell him you got this from me, then he will gladly help you out. Ah, and some of the soldiers have stationed themselves in the city as well, so just ask them for help if you get into trouble. Blot. Not that. Garami. Yes. Blot. Why so giving? Garami. Is it not important to have a good relationship with future VIPs? Blot. This guy, did he notice? Wasn't the ring of John Doe supposed to be X-tier? Guess I should go. Cannot let Lady Phylan unsupervised all the time. And you can keep the tent and the barrier outside. Think of it as a bonus, Blot. I wanna ask him what he meant right before, but it's also not a good idea to do so. Well then, may we meet again? Blot. And with that, he opened up a hole in, wait, is that a teleport spell? Before I could snatch him to ask more about that spell, he had already entered the crack in the air and disappeared. Wonder if he could teach me that trick if I joined. They wanted to scout us, huh, Gust? I met up with Gust outside the tent, and we left the haunted island with the HMS Bonefish after taking with us the stuff that Blot had left behind. He gave it to us, so it would be rude not to take it with us. Sounds like a good idea not to accept. From what I've learned back at the library tower, the Belial clan's not a good catch. Gust. They're rotten. Garami. More like saplings that cannot grow. Their clan used to be a Duke and Solimer, somewhere south of this lake. They have declined so much that they're barely barons by now. Even if we joined them, it's not sure if we could reach Industria. Gust. No biggie then. But that teleport, no Garami, no. Focus on the important stuff. But are you sure about leaving this island? I thought you wanted to hunt down some undeads for your necromancy. Gust. Can do that anytime, but I want some new equipment first. Garami. True. That robe of yours is on its last legs, Gust. Right? And I want to get a dagger that's more worthy of me. I want to save the ammo of the thaumaturgy revolver after figuring out that I can produce bullets with that extra skill. It takes 30 days for a single bullet, but it's worth it. Besides, I'm not gonna go after more of those kaiju monsters like the bosses from the dungeon, so I'll not be so dependent on the revolver anymore. The other skills I can produce bullets with are the 2 bullet skills, glow and gloom, some magic skills, including healing, the aura of course, and for some reason, chaotic concurrence. The 2 first one takes 10 and 1 minute each. The spells require anything ranging from 1 to 10 hours, aura is as usual just 10 minutes, but chaotic needs 21 days. It's the strangest in both effect and production time, so I'm having the ring produce it now since I've got quite the amount of aura bullets, as I call them, during the sunlight training period. Still not gonna fall back on them unless it's an emergency. Getting to town doubles as wasting time until I get the really powerful bullets, which will be my ace in the hole in case I meet something of a floor boss level. I looked back at the island that kept on growing smaller by the second. What was that just now? I thought I could see something peeking up from the castle walls. You know, those 10-meter-high walls. And it looked kinda draconic to boot. What's up? Did you forget something on the island? Gust. Nothing except my courage, you damn, natural night Vicen bird. Get the skill already. Why do only I have to be looked back at by the abyss? It's unfair. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna get the biggest and baddest of anti-undead equipment that can be bought with money. Who would want something like that living so close to their own home? Of course, I need a home first. Let's focus on that. One with its own cook, soft beds, maybe with a pervy maid to boot. Alright, here are your temporary city passes. Bring them to a guard station when you have obtained some of your own to get back the silvers you just used. And don't go rowing this late at night. We were thinking that one of those freaky fishes had penetrated the barrier. Got that? Guard. Yes. Garami. What a pain. After paying the guard 1 silver each, we obtained a wooden card inscribed with some sort of runes. It's the dawn of a new day, but to start the first day in my civilized life with a scolding is damping my enthusiasm. We did manage to reach the city of Volantes without any problems, but the guards started making a fuss over us due to appearing way too early in the morning. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but seriously, cut a demon some slack. You should look into a mirror. That face you're making now is worth 100 of those temporary city passes. Gust. Shut it, is not what I'm gonna say to him, cause I'm too busy taking in the scenery. Where's an omniscience skill when you need it? The city's located in the middle of the lake and consists of 7 towers. 6 of them and their bridges make a circle around the 7th and final tower. I think all the 6 circle towers are as big as a small city on their own, with all the bridges and floors added to the equation. In other words, they're too big to see the whole city. I only know this since I spent most of the time being scolded by the guard to remember the map over the city there. But still, this place is fantastic. I was expecting something like Venezia, but this is more like a space colony on Earth. Or rather, with how the towers shrink in width the higher they go, the bridges on the higher levels remind me of those terraces used by the Incas for their agriculture. It still retains some fantastic art fashion, such as the large sculpture showing off a warrior-type character armed with a sword and shield at the start of the road. Hey, don't get swallowed by the scenery, you country bumpkin. Gust. Not country. Dungeon bumpkin. Garami. Right. What I meant is, do you know where we are supposed to go? You wanted to enter the Adventurers Union. Gust. The Adventurers Union. Essentially this world's version of the Adventurers Guild one could see often in fantasy stories. They call it a union to differentiate them from regular guilds that anyone can create, as long as one has a guild emblem item. There's also a merchant union and chef union, just to name a few. As for why I wanna enter the union, money. I've got no talents from my previous life, maybe sans my taste for character creation. So unless I take some kind of weaver class, the only way a nobody like me can earn money is through adventuring. More specifically a mercenary adventurer. As for why I'm wanna specialize as a mercenary, which focuses on quelling down the monster population, is because it's the easiest way to rack up corpses, aka materials. I can take other quests but considering my subclass, right. Forgot to ask for the way. Garami. Hey, bird. What's that facepalm for? You also forgot to ask after that scolding from hell. Damn, what a pain in that case. Gust, your turn. Garami. Gust. Didn't he get it? This is your cue to ask people for help. Hey, Garami. Mind if I ask you, what are you supposed to do when I return to the library tower? Gust. What's he talking about all of a sudden? What a heartless bastard. A celestial continent is located high in the sky. Is a cave-born like you alright with coming along to such a place? Gust. A continent in the sky. For some reason, I felt as if having eaten something sour. Like sour. See? Demons are instinctively disgusted by the thought of living on celestial continents. Our deal was that you should help me home, but that doesn't extend to you having to live there yourself, even if it means we do not need to drift apart after that. The point is, what are you supposed to do when you do not have me to help you with social interaction? Gust. Sweat asterisk. Have an undead. Sorry. Got nothing. So don't stare like that. Garami. I knew it. Therefore, we are initiating the anti-socialize Garami project right now. Gust. Now I'm feeling like I ate something that's turned so bad, it came back alive, then died again. The first point of this quest is, to obtain information about the Adventurers Union from the townspeople. Gust. And suddenly I got a mission impossible. Gore, don't expect to get any letters from me after you get back home. I grumbled a little while after hearing Gust's plans, but he's got a point, unfortunately. I need to at least be able to ask the townspeople for that kinda information. It would be too pitiable if I couldn't. It's early in the morning, but there should be some shops or stands or whatever that's open now. The fantasy troupe cliché is to ask a vendor for information while buying some of their products. Growl, which reminds me, I've yet to eat breakfast. Then, we'll ask someplace that sells food, those skewers over there ** slurp star. And no biggie. Just think of it as your first errand in your second life, Garami. Go and talk to that vendor on the count of 10, got it? I said you got it. Yes, ma'am, I got it. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7 dash. Welcome, sweetie. Do you want some sewers? Vendor. I couldn't answer. I completely froze in fear when the vendor suddenly started the conversation. In my defense, it's not because of my incapability to communicate with humans. The proof of my claim is Gust here to my left, frozen in the same way as me, or rather, I think he took more damage. That's how shocking this guy is to one's mind. Name, Rassel Hauserson. Race, high human gender, male. Level, 27. Karma value, 72. Main class, Striker Monk LV.42. Subclass, Chef LV.22. Subclass, Hunter LV.50. Titles, 16. HP, 465/465 MP, 177/177 SP, 452/452. STR, 387 VIT, 321 MAG, 144. Res, 306 SPD, 308 Dex, 306. Int, 105 Luke, 110. Title list. Achievement titles. Prophecy Breaker, Lover of Pain, Giant Killer. Rescuer, Merciless, Fearbringer. Deviant. Hunting titles. Monster Slaughterer, Fish Slayer, Beast Slaughterer. Demi-Monster Slayer, Arachnid Slayer. Status titles. C-Rank Adventurer, Maiden at Heart, Chef. Beloved by the City, Volantes. This guy, named Rassel, has the body of a bodybuilder clad in simple clothes and an apron, but his face is covered with just enough cosmetic to make that Maiden of Heart title of his true. A macho builder with the heart of a woman. Ah, don't be scared, sweetie. Here, want a skewer. Rassel. GG Garami. LL, let's go somewhere else. Gust. I got that telepathic message all right, but something of an unparalleled strength is preventing me from leaving. Summarized by combatant Alfred Loxley, aka Alf, aka me. The day after that great wave crashed into the region, bring the water back to the lake sea, while I was slacking, was working very efficiently with my work of infiltrating the community of Volantes City. I was ordered back to the temporary hideout we had made in the city. After entering, I noticed that many of the combatants had gathered here as well, including the veteran combatant that has been with the organization since the day it was founded. Hey, fallen angel. How's it going? Alf. Stop calling me that. I have a great name that is Noir, but a blockhead like you must have forgotten that already. You are forgiven. Noir. This show-off is called Noir, one of the celestial species known as a flugel. They are the starting point for the angel-type celestials, and are pretty much humans with wings at their hips. Some have them on their shoulder blades, and some again even have a halo. Noir's got no halo, her wings are at her hips, and are silver and purple-colored. It fits her silver hair and purple eyes. Added with the black Niquisha combatant uniform, and you have an angel of evil ready for villainy. But her personality, it's in the dumps. Noir's a glory hound to a fault. It's mostly due to that she has never graduated from being a combatant to at least a squad leader. I only joined the organization just a few months ago, and I'm already outranking her. Who had thought that my attempts of skipping the farm job by saying I was training to become an adventurer would lead to such a result? Including Noir and the other combatants were also Armvale, a master dwarf that, despite his shaggy appearance, is one of the 10 generals of Niquisha. The one of the logistic division, represented by the metal attribute. His assistant, Shula, is also here. She's the only girl that doesn't slap my face when I try to hit on her. The other members of the logistic group is doing it in her place. She should choose her friends a little better, seriously. Glad you're all happy seeing each other, but focus. The lady's personally gonna introduce your next mission. Armvale. Crap, the top brass herself. All the combatants, Noir included, straightened up in response to that news. After a little while, the MV1 started to light up, revealing a woman in her early 20s. But with her being a demon, her age and appearance can be a little off. And therefore go and crush that idiot. Phylon. See? Would someone over 20 lose their temper like that? And good on you guys. You managed to keep yourself straight the whole time. Sir, mind translating the mission contents? Noir. Noir, used to Lady Phylon's outbursts due to her long experience with her, talked to the other person shown on the screen, a man dressed sharply in a black suit and glasses. In other words, Lady Phylon wants you to hunt down the previous candidate to becoming the general of the Darkness Division, Reinhard. He harbored resentment ever since we refused his promotion due to his lack of battle prowess and his personality. Blot. So said Blot Burlock, our organization's brains to couple with the lady's brawn. I get where he's going with that. That Rain what's his name is a jerkass of the jerkasses. And even if he's got enough magic skills to bombard a lesser dragon to death, in hindsight, that's all he can do. No leader material there. He was sent with a squadron to investigate the haunted castle of Volantis, but the recent flooding of Volantis made him believe that we had sent him there so he would be assassinated by the flood. He and his squadron was safe due to the gods teleporting any intelligent life to the closest land above the waterline, but that only made him believe the gods had chosen him or something. The final report from his squadron before he killed them is a little confusing, Blot. No, I think that's simply the situation that's at fault, not the report. No, that Rain what's his name's fault. But to think that idiot was this close. I and the other combatants from the Earth Division are here to support Armvale and his group in their infiltration mission to take over Volantis City's economy, so it's kinda shocking that I wasn't told about this. And can someone stop Noirs? We told you, but you didn't listen. Look. Anyway. That scum has turned to something less than a villain, and is now just a simple crook. Go out and warm him up for me. Phylon. Translated, engage Reinhard in battle before he can leave the island of the haunted castle. You do not need to defeat him, just keep him busy enough so the two of us finds a time to teleport to there. Remember to activate the location beacon when you start the fight. That's all. Blot. 1 day later. Asterisk baboom. Asterisk. That's all my ass. Who said this guy could only use half-assed magic spells? Alf. It is half-assed, but his talents in multicasting allowed him to create several dark mines before we could attack. Noir. So he stacked several of them underground to enhance the blast. That's cheating. I ran for cover as the madman started to wave his magic catalyst shaped like a dagger. Tons of darkness spells landed where I had been just a few seconds ago. Oi, how are we supposed to keep that guy busy without dying? Alf. I will heal you if you get hit, so simply provoke him while dodging the worst shots. Just don't die in a single hit. I cannot use resurrection. Noir. Who's counting on you knowing such a miracle magic anyway? None of the combatants can get closer to Rain what's his name due to the constant barrage of those balls made of darkness. And those that have long-range moves gets blocked by the many layers of those shield magics he keeps on spamming. Oi, won't he run out of MP soon? Alf. Not by a long shot. I heard that his MP management skills are the real threat regarding that bloke. Both cost reduction and auto-regeneration. And also, I think there was something about mana steal. Noir. That's bad news to the max. It's a little late, but I've finally figured out the reason this guy was even remotely possible of being a general candidate. While the lady's pretty fixed on the generals fitting their attribute theme, she's not the type to simply assign anyone that fits the bill. That's the reason why only half of the general positions are taken already. The firefight continued for a little while, with that bastard seeing to not run out of MP. MWA ha 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 ha. Fear the awesome talent of this Reinhard Everwand. Let me show you the depths of the dark arts. Reinhard. Rain, what's his name, is getting too cocky there. Hey, do we really not have a plan here? What is taking Phylan so long? Noir. How should I know? Alf. Arg, the weight is killing me so much that I lashed out at her. She's got a point though. What's taking them so long? Ha 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 ha. Scram, ants, scram. And if you survive, make sure to tell that bitch that she should have never doubted my awesome power. Reinhard. A collective aura of anger emerges from the combatants, including me. When I get my hands on that bastard. Wahahaha. MWA ha ha. Bow down for me, the only one worthy of being called the Master of Darkness, no, the Champion of Darkness. Reinhard. What, he's a follower of Alvatria. Only idiots or those with a death wish does that. Expensive. But that's probably to ensure that people treat these cards properly, so I can't bitch about it. The information on the card only told me about my name, gender, my classes plus their levels, as well as my adventurer rank. There's a strange icon in the upper left corner, and when I touched it, a list similar to when I use identification popped up. That is your visa. Be sure to enter the Adventurers Union whenever you enter a new city, and register your card to that area. Also, in case you join another union in addition to the Adventurers Union, you can change between the Adventurer ID, or that other union's ID from that list as well. Elf. Ooh. Fancy. But Mr. Elf, why are you taking back the card all of a sudden? What are you doing with it there? And what's that level up like jingle just now? Congratulations. You have reached rank F, Elf. Wait for just a second. What are you meaning about that? Gust. Why, she completed an S-rank quest for locating a missing person. That is more than enough for a rank up for a G rank. Elf. Missing person. I and Gus looked at each other in confusion. Good work in finding the missing wisdom raven of the Grand Library Tower, Miss Garami. The sage of the tower, Ordian Alberloft, will be more than happy in knowing that his student is in one piece. Elf. The elf receptionist showed us to the Union Master's office. Gust's old master, Ordian Alberloft, had given the Union a special quest, an S-rank quest, for returning Gust home, safe and sound. And here I came in with the bird in question, which got a hit on that DNA detection like Magitech that the elf worked with when Gus caught up with me. No wonder I got the instant rank up. But no matter the circumstances, no, because it is these circumstances that we need to meet the Union Master. We entered the office where the Union Master should be, and it's empty. The room was filled with documents and for some reason, statues made of clay. They look strangely lifelike, but where's the man of the hour? While I and Gust are busy looking over the room, the elven receptionist went to the desk filled with documents and scrolls and sat down in the expensive-looking chair there. Now, what can this Union Master, Carrion Verde, help you with today? Carrion. Wait, you're the Union Master. Gust. Despite being a receptionist. Garami. That's just a hobby of mine. But you are not as surprised as I had hoped for. What a disappointment. Carrion. No, I'm so surprised that I've gone all the way back to being calm again. It's the second coming of Miss Rassel. Oh well. As for why I wanted to meet you two officially, it is to first congratulate a job well done as the Union Master. The Union and the Grand Library Tower have close ties, so this was a quest we needed to fulfill no matter the cost. But with the culprit being a king of ghosts, not to mention the remnants of King Avalar himself, Carrion. Crap, they know about the king. Then if I say that I beat him, they will understand that my fake status page is made with the rings bogus. Name, Garami. Race, Resetsu Ogre Lord Gender, Female. Level, 11. Karma value, -108. Main class, Rogue LV.50. Subclass Spectromancer LV.13. Skills, 63. Titles, 10. Skill points, 0.0. HP, 140/140 MP, 190/190 SP, 140/140. STR, 93 VIT, 88 MAG, 123. Res, 144 SPD, 145 Dex, 190. Int, 120 Luke, 150. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV.20, mana increase, small, LV.40, reduced mana consumption, LV.25. Stamina increase, small, LV.30, dexterity increase, small, LV, max. Attack skills. Mana burst, darkness, LV.7, glow bullet, LV.10, gloom bullet, LV.8. Magic skills. Light magic, LV.2, darkness magic, LV.18, magic ability, LV.17. Healing magic, LV.11, create undead, LV.17, necromantic rite, LV.4. Crafting skills. Mixing, LV.1, create trap, LV.2. Active skills. Shadow dive, LV.1, heresy modification, LV.19, blink, LV.11. Energy warfare, LV.9, sky jump, LV.8, throwing, LV, max. Light walk, LV, max. Spatial storage, LV.7. Passive skills. Swordsmanship, LV.10, marksmanship, LV.8, armor, LV.6. Close quarters combat, LV.38, magic power operation, LV.25, aiming, LV, max. Evasion, LV.29, parkour, LV.45, hiding, LV, max. Covert movement, LV, max. Climbing, LV.29. Pilfer, LV.9. Ambush, LV.27, light reinforcement, LV.9, darkness reinforcement, LV.19. Gathering, LV.32, riding, LV.39, lockpicking, LV.10. Fishing, LV.12, dismantling, LV.5, vital point knowledge, LV.24. Resistance skills. Darkness resistance, LV.9, fear resistance, LV, max. Pain resistance, LV, max. Sunlight resistance, LV.12. Perception skills. Night vision, LV, max. Danger sense, LV.25, presence perception, LV.15. Identification, LV.43, discern, LV.40, discover, LV.24. Leadership skills. Leadership, LV.13, tame, LV.12, control undead, LV.18. Royal authority, LV.2, evil royalty, LV.1. Elements. Lesser light element, LV.2, lesser darkness element, LV.28. Monster skills. Shapeshift, humanoid, LV.6. Title list. Achievement titles. Vermin Bane, darkness technique user, Daredevil. Rescuer, light technique user. Hunting titles. Dread Spirit Genocider, Monster Slayer, Beast Slayer. Arachnid Slayer. Status titles. F-rank Adventurer. This is the fake page. The backstory is that a lonely little demon managed to kill enough dread spirits with her inborn skill she got by pure luck, then getting thought about rogues and spectromancer by a passing-by teacher in those classes. A story of love and drama, all right. I'm gonna stop. As for my real stats at the moment. Name, Garami. Race, Resetsu Ogre Lord. Gender, female. Level, 11. Karma value, -200, chaotic. Main class, Rogue LV.50. Subclass Spectromancer LV.13. Skills, 116. Titles, 25. Skill points, 20.0. HP, 225/225 MP, 334/334 SP, 233/233. STR, 211 VIT, 180 MAG, 207. Res, 248 SPD, 259 Dex, 295. Int, 120 Luke, 150. Skill list. Ability skills. Health increase, small, LV, max, HP auto recovery LV.21, mana increase LV.11. Reduced mana consumption LV.34, MP auto recovery LV.32, stamina increase, small, LV, max. Minimize stamina consumption LV.1, strength increase LV.3, vitality increase LV.4 up 1. Magic increase, small, LV.29, resistance increase, small, LV, max, speed increase LV.3. Dexterity increase LV.4. Attack skills. Guard LV.43, parry LV.43, mana burst, darkness, LV.7. Glow bullet LV.10, gloom bullet LV.8, bite LV.23. Magic skills. Light magic LV.2, darkness magic LV.18, magic ability LV.17. Healing magic LV.11, summonkin LV.1, create undead LV.17. Necromantic rite LV.4. Crafting skills. Mixing LV.1, create trap LV.2. Active skills. Liquid control LV.1, aura of darkness LV.17, chaotic concurrence LV.7. Shadow dive LV.1, new, heresy modification LV.19, evil lords aura LV.3. Blink LV.11, energy warfare LV.9, sky jump LV.8. Shooting LV.8, sadistic constitution LV, max, stealth LV.35, up 2. Silence LV.35, up 2, odorless LV.30, up 2, camouflage LV.32, up 1. Light walk LV, max, thread control LV.41, cutting thread LV.22. Piercing thread LV.22, impact thread LV.20, spatial storage LV.7. Passive skills. Swordsmanship LV.10, marksmanship LV.8, whipsmanship LV.31. Threadsmanship LV.46, armor LV.11, up 5, close quarters combat LV, max. Magic power operation LV.25, aiming LV, max, evasion LV, max. Acrobatics LV.7, climbing LV.29, pilfer LV.9. Surprise attack LV.6, battle survivalist LV.4 up 2, light reinforcement LV.9. Darkness reinforcement LV.29, debuff reinforcement LV.15, gathering LV, max. Riding LV.39, footwork LV, max, lockpicking LV.10. Fishing LV.12, dismantling LV.5, vital point knowledge LV.24. Thought acceleration LV.24 up 3, linguistics LV.18, parallel processing LV.22 up 4. Automapping LV.16, up 1, language adaptation. Resistance skills. Water resistance LV.30, darkness resistance LV.15, up 6, poison resistance LV.25. Heretic resistance LV.23, up 3, heretic immunity LV.8, up 2, paralyze resistance LV.15. Sleep resistance LV.49, up 2, confusion resistance LV.14, up 1, fear resistance LV, max. Pain resistance LV, max, sunlight resistance LV.12. Perception skills. Night vision LV, max, intuition LV.10, presence perception LV.18, up 3. Trap detection LV.1, identification, LV.44 VUP1, discern LV.41 VUP1. Identification blocking LV.5, VUP1, fake identity LV.2, discover LV.24. Mind's eye LV.8. Magic sight LV, max. Leadership skills. Leadership LV.33, tactics LV.24, tame LV.12. Control undead LV.19, up 1, royal authority LV.2, evil royalty LV.1. Elements. Lesser light element LV.2, darkness element LV.29, up 1. Monster skills. Poison bite LV.25, paralyze bite LV.13, sleep bite LV.15. Confusion bite LV.11, spider lord's thread LV.8, shapeshift, humanoid, LV.8 up 2. Golden ratio LV.6, grudge evil eye LV.6. Extra skills. Zahak, dragon of darkness LV.1. Wow, my resistance skills, no, after that meteorite from yesterday, that's acceptable. But battle survivalist went up twice, just how close to death was I back then? More importantly, how am I gonna fool this elf? Ah, you do not need to reveal how you saved this fellow, Gust, was it? Adventurers are people that need to keep their abilities a secret. The Union respects that. Carrion. Phew, that was close. Of course, that does not mean you are allowed to defy the law. If you do, be prepared to get a bounty on your head. Carrion. I wouldn't do something like that. So much for hunting thugs in the back alleys. Back to the main point, I want to assign a new quest for you, Miss Garami. Carrion. Quest. Garami. Yes. It will take some time before the Industria continent is close enough for the airships to reach it. So in the meanwhile, I wish that you keep on protecting Gust here until that time arrives. The Union is already got its hands full with the recent flood and all. Carrion. Isn't that the same? I agreed with Gust. Well, better take advantage of this situation. The reward. Garami. The reward. Well, this is something akin to a personal request, so can we make a compromise? Carrion. Nope. Garami. Right. Then, what do you want? Please, I beg you, do not ask for anything too expensive. Carrion. The last part was barely a whisper, but my ears caught it anyway. Hey, he's asking for my sake here, and the old man will reward you handsomely anyway. Gust. There's also the reward for the S-rank quest itself. Now then, what am I in need of that can't normally be bought with money? A bed can be fixed by going to an inn. Food's no problem either. And in case of enjoyment, I overheard people talking about slaves when I walked through that sea of terror, so that's also an idea if the red light district's no good. Then. Magic stone. Garami. Excuse me. Carrion. Magic stones. From C ranks or higher. Garami. Wait, you are talking about magic stones from C rank monsters. What are you supposed to do with them? Carrion. Adventurer, so I keep my secrets hidden. Garami. I threw his line from before back at him. The reason I want those is for the dungeon core I got from the Glavers incidents. The city's good and all, but the thought of a home that I own myself is a better option. And with these magic stones, I can force the normally random dungeon creation to become something more that I want. I'll even get a discount when spawning monsters related to those of the magic stones that were used. Of course, I want some of those. The downside is that I can only use 3 different ones when building the dungeon, but getting even a single one will improve the quality of my future rent-free home. If you say so, said Carrion, while taking out a box from his desk and emptying its contents. Gems. Wait, magic sight, acting up. These are magic stones, just as ordered. And many of them. Identification told me they were from the following monsters. Trollbraver, rank C, Earth attribute, demi-monster. Fata Morgana snake, rank C, heretic attribute, serpent monster. Dreadnought trout, rank C+, water attribute, fish monster. Slime lord, rank C-, no attribute, slime monster. Kresnik bat, rank C+, moon attribute, bat monster. Nightmare centipede, rank C-, earth attribute, centipede monster. Vibrofang tiger, rank C, wind attribute, tiger monster. That's an impressive collection. Garami. Despite my appearance, I have been a union master for longer than you have lived, obtaining one of these beauties from each of the 7 islands surrounding this city, except the haunted castle. That place is scary. Carrion. He seems to be more proud of the fact that these are local products, rather than having obtained them on his own. And the fish, it's not from an island but from the lake sea itself. Then them all Garami. Oh I. That's no matter how you look at it too much. Just one. Just one is enough for this mission. Carrion. 6. Garami. Just one. Carrion. 5. Garami. There are other candidates than you know. Carrion. Of course. A single guard won't be enough. 4. Garami. Gore, then the deal Carrion. Gust, you don't wanna be guarded by me. Garami. I want Garami as a guard or else I will give the old man a bad review of the Adventurers Union. Gust. Nice. But you gotta get rid of that monotone voice. Ah, come on. Fine, but only 2. These are like my secret savings, so I cannot afford to give away more. Carrion. TCH. Then I wanna chose. Garami. Did you click your tongue at me? Hey, did you click your tongue at me? Carrion. Union Master. You just have to get used to this treatment if you plan to have this girl work for you. Gust. I left the 2 dorks to bond together while looking at the stones. Which one should I take, Shai? Oh crap, almost lost myself there. And Gust is even worse. No wonder, considering his lineage. The source of my brainless state lies before me, a stupid big money bag, filled to the brim with cash. To summarize, 100,000 sol for the safe return of the protege of the library tower, now named Gust, plus the bonus of a copy of the library tower's newest version of the skill encyclopedia, and class register, 1 volume of each, for taking so good care of said protege, granting him a name, and even helping him in evolving. Carrion. The money bag contained mostly golden coins named half-golds. According to the Union Master, the currency here is called sol and divided between bronze, silver, and gold, plus some more advanced metal variants higher up that normal people will never have a chance to lay their eyes on. There goes 100 bronze sols for a single silver sol, then the same amount of silver for 1 gold. There's also big sols, that's 10 times the original value of the original coin the big is based on, plus half sols that's half the value, obviously. Speaking of obvious, there's no half bronzes. You're just struck gold on the first day of becoming an adventurer. This must be a new world record. Carrion. Oh, he's right. That's bad. Won't people come after me then? Monsters are one thing, but humans protected by law and civil rights are something I'm unfamiliar with. Therefore, semi-permanent storage ceiling for this guy. But I'm gonna read the books later. Unlike a certain inept note, these books tell me in detail about how skills and classes work, how to acquire them, and the general public's opinion about them. With the hypnotizing gold out of the way, Gus snapped out from his gold fever and started the waterwork again. Master. To think he cared so much about me. Gust. Ordian Alberloft isn't the owner of the kindness, the skill for nothing after all. Carrion. Kindness. That's a strange name for a skill. But he's by all means not soft though. I'm one of the few guys in the world that knows that first-handed. Carrion. Garami. I mean, He's constantly asking union masters like me to introduce new and promising adventurers to the library tower. Like that, he gains new pawns that go all around the world and bring back info to his place. Carrion. So, since he wants connections with those that actively adventure around the world, he puts pressure on the union masters. Oh, it's because adventurers are so free that they don't listen to the union masters whenever gold's not in the picture. Sounds like it. If that's the case, let's try to give some income to the union. Give and take, you know. Being on their good side will be helpful in the future. I started to wordlessly take out the books from the library that I had stored in the storage and piled them up where the quest rewards had been. Only those that I'm finished with, except the Book of the Dead. Finished. Selling. Garami. Wait, these are grimoires. By all means, please do so. Carrion. I figured the union would want books related to obtaining certain classes, but what's with the enthusiasm? You didn't have them before. This is the Adventurers Union, right? Gust. Nice question, Bertie. Grimoires are too expensive for all the unions to have a copy of each. Or rather, they are too expensive to produce. These books require materials too rare to produce or acquire, not to mention cultivate. Carrion. That's so. And looking at the quality of these, they're in pristine condition. The union would want to buy these tomes for 200,000 souls. Carrion. That's double the quest reward. The money only, but still. Isn't that a little cheap for grimoires of this condition? Gust. It is? Wait, considering these books are the only way to obtain certain classes. Not that I doubt Gust, who has lived most of his childhood surrounded by who knows how many books. Sold. Garami. That's what I am talking about. Phew, there went my funds back into the black. Carrion. I heard that last part, but I'm gonna be a nice demon for once and ignore it. Good impression, good impression. We will buy any other tomes you may have as well. Carrion. Ugh, now I seriously need to finish reading those other books. Hey, Garami, didn't you have anything else to sell? Said Gust with a smug face. What's he talking about? Oh, right. Almost forgot about that one. Adventurers Union's dismantling workhouse. Now I've never, random dismantler. The dismantlers in the warehouse-sized building look up at the big mess I've left in the middle of the room. The Glavra's Queen Aquarect. As for why I've placed it before everyone is simple, I'm selling it. That's the whole reason why I've kept this behemoth all this time. Focus, people. How much will this thing be worth then? Gust. The bird did me the favor of getting the conversation going despite the astonishment effect the corpse gives to the surroundings. Does he want some of the payment as a reward? The union master looked like was thinking about something for a while, before signalizing for me to get closer. Then, talking in a voice so that nobody else could hear, he asked me what my connection with the waterknot of Glavras was. Before I could even say that I found this thing dead in the ocean, he informed me that all Glavras monsters had lost that trait of theirs with the death of the disaster in question. Some adventurers had tamed some of those monsters already, and they had mutated to some non-Glavras type monster at the same time Glavras got his godhood. Wait, then doesn't that mean my cover story will be busted? If it died in the lake, it would have been a Queen Aquarect instead of a Glavras one due to the lake returning due to the death of Glavras, not good. Gotta think about something. Secret. Garami. And I failed. Failed so dramatically it's funny. So why am I not laughing? That's fine and all. Carrion. It is? My surprise must have shown on my face, as the union master started to explain. After all, just being able to procedure this kind of result, be it from real skills, or just pure luck, is enough for people to gather around you anyway. Carrion. Ah, so there's no point in keeping it a secret then. But having people believe I'm weaker than what I really am is a good thing, so let's keep this jig running. Then, how much? Garami. For the spider. Let's see. Jack. Do you guys have a number ready? Carrion. Not yet, said a skeleton that was discussing with the dismantlers. Wasn't he at the counters before? The other popular guy along with that cat lady receptionist. We're having trouble deciding the price. If we consider that what happened with the guys tamed by that night party, then all Glavre's monsters have mutated to non-Glavre's monster due to the destruction of that wacky dungeon, said the buff dismantler guy, who looks to be the boss of this place. But a mutation, you say? Thinking about it, those monsters were a result of a dungeon outside system control. No wonder, better than having them all cleaned up. This queen, however, still holds the Glavre's factor, if we shall call it that. With that in mind, along with its high rank, the quality of the body, I would say this one will give around 1 million. Dismantler chief. A million. Million as in what? Yeah, paying 1 million for this specimen is the bottom line, Carrion. Wait, I'm the one getting 1 million. And sign here, then the contract is done. Carrion. We went back to the office to sign the contract regarding the sale of the Queen's corpse. They are to pay me within 3 days, when they've decided the selling price for it, which will be at least 1 million soul. Even if they're cheating me for some 1,000 souls or whatever, with the guaranteed sum being this much. I could easily buy 100,000 skewers with that amount of money. I did read through the contract several times. It's the first contract in my life that I sign on. Please don't blame my horrible handwriting. It's the first time I've held a pen in this life. Then it's all done. And about the bodyguard quest, could we wait for that to start until tomorrow? Carrion. Why? Garami. Ah, I see, Gust. Gust gets it and I don't. Have pigs learned than flying skill? This quest is more like an opportunity to show off adventurers to Alberloft, so he stops being so nosy for a while. Therefore, I planned on having several trustworthy fellows guard our very own VIP on a shift system. Be sure to give good reviews when you get back to your boss. You guys have some magic stones on your conscience. Got it? Carrion. Why me, Gust? What a dirty plan. I gotta learn from him. In any case, there's nothing else for me to do than to look around the city, almost forgot. Class change. Garami. Wait, you can get a new subclass already. Didn't you already have 2 classes? Carrion. Upgrade. And checking. Garami. Already, whatever. The union gives free usage to the class confirmer, so check it out whenever you want. Carrion. Then, I wanna use it too. Gust. With that, I and Gust were guided by the assistant of a secluded room with a couple of the same type of devices that looked like a sphere on top of a pillar. They remind me of the thing they used to make the ID card. A little while after I placed my hand on it came tons of different names and categories. One of them told about the rogue class, which had 3 different options: arch rogue, shadow dancer, and assassin. The first one is a direct upgrade of rogue. Nothing impressive with this, compared with the other 2. Shadow dancer is a class that's movements and illusions only. Better than arch rogue, but the serious lack of damage capability makes me say no. Then all that's left is assassin. Of course, I need to pick it up at the skill shop, but knowing that I've cleared the requirements for it sure fills me with pleasure. I can't stop myself from grinning. Whoa, what a nasty sneer, Gust. Pardon. Who's sneering? You're just jealous of all the other classes I can pick when I unlock the next subclass slot. I'm able to take all 3 beginner tier classes of soldier, mage, and scout. Not that they're worth the trouble. I'm no stranger to warrior classes either, such as swordsman, fencer, whip warrior, gunslinger, brawler, and even guardian. The last one's no good to me, but still. For magician types, I'm able to get light mage, dark mage, wizard, and thaumaturgist. Wait, how did that last one sneak in? Ah, it's a non-divine, priest-like class. No wonder. Healing spells are one of my most used spell types. As for scout classes like Rogue itself, there's Hunter, Explorer, and Cave Explorer, 2 explorers. Oh, it's not an advanced class, but one specialized for exploring caves, while the first is more jack of all. Dawn. Need. Either. My talents for artisan classes are limited to Weaver or not. It's not there, damn it. But I got the cartograph class for some reason. There are even some special type classes, oi. Outlaw's kinda obvious with my karma value and hunting titles, but what's up with the slacker class? You can't call being stuck on a stupid big dungeon floor for being the same as staying in your room for several days without leaving. Let's ignore those 2 living insults to my pride and focus on the last special class. The puppet user. It does look strong, considering my usage of threads, but I don't know. I'm already gunning for assassin and necromancer, and there's no guarantee that a certain class is required for that blacklight thing. While I was looking at the classes I could take, Gust had checked his possible options with one of the other devices. The result: Mage, Wind Mage, and Librarian. He doesn't look depressed, despite the low amount of options. Whatever. Now's Assassin's time to shine. System message. Do you want to upgrade the class, Rogue to class, Assassin? At the cost of 10 skill points. Y/N. Yes, please. System message. Assassin has been set as your main class. Due to having unlocked the Assassin class, new skill evolutions are now available. Through having Assassin as the main class at LV.1, acquired skill, Recognition Obstruction LV.1. Through having Assassin at LV.1, acquired skill, Assassination Arts LV.1. Through having Assassin at LV.1, acquired skill, Poison Coating LV.1. And there it is. Wait, new skill evolutions. Better take a good look at those later. But for now, I got it. That's one large step towards Korkaigal. And there's something else I wanna look up to. Or rather, there's something I have to prepare. Suspicious Thugs POV. Are you sure that brat's loaded? Asked Hans as we were tailing the brat. I keep on telling you that girl's nothing. My strength perception didn't react the slightest to her, meaning she's just some rich guy's naive daughter or something wanting to play adventurer. It's a common story, a brat wanting to live out their dreams with the money of their parent, so they make a splash by buying a corpse of some crazy monster from high-ranking adventurers and presents it as their kill. The only difference from the norm is that the brat has no guards to defend her, but if she's run away from home or trying to do this without her parent noticing, then that's understandable. There's no guards or something like that nearby, meaning the coast's clear. The girl's a beauty, so we'll get a penny if we sell her to a slave trader as well, said Diego. But who's saying we'll not get a taste of her before we sell her? The 3 of us followed after the girl as she walked around the crowd of people, despite it being a detour. And then she. Is she an idiot? I couldn't stop myself from saying that out loud. The brat willingly entered one of the back alleys. She's ours. We quickly entered the back alley so that the brat wouldn't escape. But before our eyes could adapt to the dark environment, Diego was suddenly dragged further into the alley all of a sudden. Then, bone-breaking noises were heard in the alley. What? What was happening? Did something get that girl and Diego? I turned around to escape the alley, but a wall of something was blocking the way. What's this, black thread? Stop F***king with dash. Stab. Garami's POV. Whoops. That's all I can say about this mess. After leaving Gus to the Union Master's care until tomorrow, I decided to take care of the problem such a large amount of money always comes along with. I figured that at least some people were bound to find out about the small mountain of cash I had gotten from selling Her Majesty, even if the Union folks kept their mouth shut or not. So to weed out the nestles, I endured the pain and kept a presence perception on all the time, despite it giving me the worst of headaches since we're in the middle of a city. It was worth the headache, as it showed a group of 3 that used the same paths as I did. If those guys weren't tailing me, then what could they do? And I already foresaw that they weren't gentlemen that would have a nice talk either. I made sure to slack my speed southwest. They could get close enough to catch up, but they also slowed down during those instances. As a final measure, I planned to lure them into this empty alley for then blocking the entrance with my patterned web wall, now with silence functions. That went well, and all threads aren't something I'll fluke with. The other stuff is a different story. The stalkers, temp, were a group of 3 with high levels but low stats and skills. Boosted levels. No matter, 2 of them were just a scout-classed human and a beastman dog with soldier, but the last guy, an elf with the swordsman class, looked like he could be a threat. At least, compared to the 2 idiots where I had to have 1 foot in the grave for me to lose to them. So the plan was to drag him to me, then simply give him a little tap through the sleep blow art, obtained from assassination arts. Think I got that due to having the sleep bite skill. It would also explain why I also got paralyzed blow and confused blow. Anyway, I dragged the elf swordsman, gave him a little love tap, and he suddenly went shaped on me. I know that explanation sounds weird, but that's what happened. I used too much power, sending him to eternal sleep instead of inflicting the sleep ailment. But be relaxed. The culprit of this case is already apprehended. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about dragon power. See, that extra skill I got for smashing Glavra's body to salt, turns out that it gives me access to previously dragon-limited skills. Even my heritage of the Grey Demons isn't enough for me to get that, but the extra skill does. So before I left the Union, I looked up the various dragon skills with the Skill Encyclopedia, a reliable source of information, and found the identity of this skill. By paying MP and SP, you can temporarily gain the powers of a dragon, giving your stats a skill level % boost. The downside is that you get the dragon trait while doing so, which means that Dragon Slayer stuff's gonna hurt more. And even so, it doesn't get integrated with Energy Warfare, a weaker variant of the skill limited to SP only. Meaning that I can have both skills at once, giving me double the power. For a higher price, but still, it's useful in an emergency. I paid 5 skill points for this one skill when I learned from the encyclopedia that a high level with this skill could result in a decrease in price for the other dragon-type skills. And that's necessary. The second cheapest item was a Dragon Breath, Darkness, which is at 10 skill points, despite being a darkness attribute skill. Unreal. So anyway, I decided to use a dragon power, while saying hello to my stalkers. The result, you know. I'm not gonna go into prison, right? They were stalking a fair maiden, so they have to be the bad guys, right? Arg, if this is the case, I'll just capture them and force them to confess to their crimes. Or slap them with some, if that's necessary. Capture thread, go. Stab. Forgot about dragon power again. Whoa, so it even affects the power of my threads. Turn off and gentle thread control, got the dog. The human scout. Not sure. There's just something here that resembles a broken tomato over there. Ha ha ha. I dragged the dogman over to me. He's looking more like an animal than a human with animal traits. So there won't be any cat-eared maids that aren't 100% cat. Not that interested, but someone else would be in the dumps for that. PPP, please spare me. Dog. Shut it already. I'm in deep enough trouble due to you guys, so don't make me any angrier. I'm the one who'll get into trouble then. I didn't want to do it. Those guys are the ones who wanted to sell you to the Avido family. Dog. Oh, so they're black for real. That decides it. I swear. I would even defect to those guys if I had the chance, but Diego and Peter said dog. Those guys. Garami. Guess I can handle some small talk with the enemy. For safety's sake, I used the evil lord's aura to keep him honest. Just deserts for trying to kidnap me. Why yeah. Those guys that call themselves the Belial Private Army. Dog. Oh, those guys. They said they were here in the city. The dog must have noticed that I figured out who he was talking about, 'cause he continued. Why yes. Those guys. The ones calling themselves an evil organization in the underworld. Dog. Wait, evil organization. I didn't get, or rather, they looked like the deal. The soldiers, or rather, the combatants. That blot guy didn't seem like he fits the bill though. Tell me more. Garami. Upping the force of the aura. As you wish. They're going around crushing mafias and other crime rings and absorb their territories, making them infamous in the underworld. The governments don't lay a hand on them, 'cause they're improving the livelihood of the populace of the front side of society as well, and they're too strong for the crime rings like the family to strike at them, but not enough to defend against them. Dog. They're that strong. Sure, with the leader alone, that meteorite thrower, that sounds possible, but they're bound to have more people with talent, right? And what's the family planning? Garami. I don't know. We're not even true members of the family. All we did was snatching a few people for them to sell, that's all. Dog. Yeah, this guy's trash. Even I wouldn't go so far as to kidnap innocent people. There, that's all I know. So please let me dash, dog. I ignored the babbling of the mutt and cut his throat. As if I would have let him go. That's just asking for him to gather power to strike back at me. Even if he didn't, that family's bound to end him either way for telling information about them to a stranger. If anything, a swift death's kinda like mercy for him. Not that I intended so, but oh well. I cleared the alley by converting the corpses, and using the clean spell to get rid of the bloodstains. Then I burned the threads, for then moving away from the scene of the crime while using my stealth skills. The family. A widow, was it? That's greed, or something like that in Italian. I'm not that good with foreign languages, but I'm sure I've heard about that at least. They sound like the kind of guys you don't want to mess with. But I've already done so. Even if there's no evidence, they can still manage to figure out that those 3 goons disappeared when they were going after me. I shouldn't have sold the Queen's corpse. But even the news that I saved Gus could be enough for them to turn their attention to me. It's almost fated that they would go after me at one point. At least I know the situation now. Good thing those thugs only relied on that skill that only shows if the target's level's higher than yourself. Could the Union do something about? Probably not. If they're allowing some mafia guys in the city, it's probably safe to assume that those Avito fellows have moles in the Union. Those thugs from before were E-ranked adventurers, so it's not an impossible thought. Then, what about the government itself? It may just be my imagination running wild here, but better safe than sorry. If I have to choose between 2 evils, it's better to take the one that's acting friendly to me. Now, where was that Armvale guy's shop again?